kulinda familia yangu.
Turning what's sweet to sour.
Karibu kunitoroa. Nimekuja kudai haki yangu.
Lazizi Season 1, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. on Maisha Magic Plus, DSTV channel 163 and GoTV channel 3.
Kuma Kereyaga Kere Biroiro Kia Jahi Mutaburo kwa Nyadarwa Orerorera Kameme TV.
And indeed, thank you so much for staying here with us on Kameme TV as well as on K24. We continue to update you on everything that is going on in the by-elections in 15 wards, 6 constituencies and 1 county. That is the senatorial seat in Baringo County. And of course, our reporters are on standby to just keep us informed on how the voting process is currently going on. We will be crossing over to Malava, where that parliamentary seat is hotly contested between Seth Panyako for DAPK and David Ndakwa of UDA. Let's now speak to our reporter, Timothy Simwa, who is on standby to just give us an update of how the voting process is going on. Simwa, if you can hear me, tell us what is currently going on. Is there any chaos that's been witnessed so far?
Okay, Mumbi, we are still live from Malava constituency, where members of this constituency continue to cast their votes, or rather ballots, to elect their next member of parliament. This is at least the 4th polling station we are visiting right now. We are within South Kabras ward, Kakunga polling station. To observe how the situation is panning out as time goes by. Most of the polling stations are currently deserted. A few voters continue to come in, cast their ballots and leave. At some point you have to wait at least 5 to 10 minutes before you can see a voter walking in to cast their ballot. South Kabras, Chimuche ward and Shirugu Mugai, where we were very early in the morning, so far has not witnessed any incident touching issues to do with violence like we've had in some parts like Manda Shivanga ward. That is the home ward for DAP Kenya candidate Seth Ambusini Panyako, that has had some bit of action Mombi since morning, bearing in mind the tension that has been building for the last 4 days, moving towards this very important day for voters within Malava constituency. So numbers are fairly low. Well, this could be characteristic of any by-election, but having spoken to some of the agents who are on the ground representing different parties, they are hoping that before the day elapses, or rather the timelines elapses as provided by IEBC, which is 5 p.m. in the evening when polling stations will be closing up, most of them will have walked in and casted their ballots just to make sure that they're electing their next member of parliament, like the 6 other constituencies are doing today. I have been lucky to at least find 2 voters within this location. Maybe you'll just allow me to interact with them. They get to tell us how the exercise has been. Numbers are still fairly low. Should we expect more people to be coming in? Or this could be the situation up to until when polling stations will be officially closing. Thank you very much. We've seen you walked in, casted your ballot. Just tell us process imekuaje, has it been easy? Kupiga kura kukoje na kwa nini tumeona kama idadi ya wapiga kura ni ndogo? Labda tutarajia watu watakuja baadaye ama hali ikoje? Utaanza kutuambia jina lako.
Kwa majina naitwa John Sakwa, mpiga kura hapa Malava constituency. Hii ni polling station yetu ya Kakunga. Na kupiga kura kunaendelea vizuri. Niliingia hapo ndani, nimekwisha piga kura yangu. Na kama mtindo wa hapa, kura huanza polepole, wapiga kura wanakuja polepole, lakini ikifika muda wa jioni kidogo, kabla ya muda wa saa 11, najua wataanza kuja kwa wingi na nafikiria kwamba itakuwa sawa. Tunaona kwamba kuna amani hapa, tujaona vita hata kidogo. Watu wanaingia kidogo kidogo kwa sasa. Asante sana.
Asante sana kwa usemi wako Bwana Saka. Labda niungane na mpiga kura mwingine hapa. Ulipofika hapa ukapiga kura yako, process imekuaje? Inachelea, na kwa nini unaona kama watu wengi hawajafika? Ni kazi wameenda ama hawajaona umuhimu wa kuwepo hapa leo?
Asante sana. Mimi naitwa Silas Anaswa, mpiga kura wa hapa Malava Kakunga polling station, nikiwa mmoja wapo wa agent wa hapa. Nimekuwa hapa kutoka asubuhi, kura inaendelea vizuri, jawapo watu wanajitokeza kwa mwendo wa polepole, lakini tunatarajia kufikia hapo jioni wapiga kura watakuwa wamejitokeza kwa nambari ya kutosheleza. Hatujaona vita yoyote, kura inaendelea vizuri, usalama uko wa kutosha. Yeah.
Asante sana Bwana Naswa kwa usemi wako pale. Mumbi, those are sentiments from at least 2 voters we've been able to find here that have given us their views as far as the voting process within this constituency is concerned. This is a very heated race, so to speak, Mumbi. And looking how campaigns have been carried out from different camps, this is a very high-stake by-election within this constituency, which of course was occasioned by the death of the late Moses Malulu Njendi in February this year. It has at least attracted 9 candidates representing different parties. Of all the 9, there is no independent candidates. All of them are being fronted by different parties. But it's also fair to speak that towards the end of the campaigns, or rather campaign period, the race was shaping out to be a 2 kind of horse race, pitting the opposition against the government of the day. This is UDA, the party of President William Ruto, and the DAP Kenya, which makes part of the opposition conglomerate. So the 2 candidates, of course, is David Athman Ndakwa, who's representing UDA, and Seth Ambuseni Panyako, representing DAP Kenya. And much of the information we continue to gather, and of course from social media postings, it is Seth Panyako who has been, vocal, coming out and just giving an outcry on so many things that he's alleging are happening on the ground, that he says this will eventually either sabotage or subvert the will of the people of Malava constituency. At some point this morning, he stormed Malava police station, where he expressed his dismay about an attack he says took place yesterday in one of his hotels at a place called Kabrengu. The hotel's name is Downhill Hotel. His personal driver was injured, currently admitted in Webuye. Him plus DAP Kenya party leader Eugene Wamalwa visited the injured driver. They of course gave their statements as far as the events of yesterday nights are concerned. He said a number of people, calling them goons, were hired to go and attack him plus his team, just to intimidate his side and perhaps to have their way and eventually getting to win this very important race for his party against these other 8 contestants. David Ndakwa, very early in the morning, of course, casted his ballot at Vulupi Primary School in West Kabras, where he has been serving as the MCA. And from his end, he has not been actually vocal, or he has not complained about anything out of the norm that he thinks will maybe change the course of this by-election when IEBC will be officially announcing the winner at Malaba Boys High School, which is the constituency main tallying center, where everybody, after the closure and of course the tallying of the votes, will be gathering for the final word from the county returning officer. But this is not to say that other contestants who are within this race do not have their supporters. Like I said, we have at least 7 other contestants who are within this race, and just allow me to mention their names for the sake of fairness. Of course, we have Benjamin Nalwa, who's vying on NOPU party. We have Bruce Shivakale, important to note for EPP, that these are candidates who bowed out of the race some 2 weeks ago in favor of Seth Panyako. We have David Ndakwa, like I mentioned, for UDA, George Ngaira for PDU, James Shinachi Angatia, this is son to a one-time member of parliament for Malava, Joshua Angatia, vying on ARC party. We have Joab Manyasi on DNA. Manyasi is also another candidate that also bowed out of the race. At some point he supported Panyako, but things happened so fast. A week later, he came to the media, and this time around he was declaring his support for David Ndakwa. Then we have Seth Panyako, DAP Kenya, and we have Wilberforce Tuvei for Kenya Moja, one of the aspirants we had an opportunity to speak to today in the morning at one of the polling stations in Chimuche Ward. This is Mtingongo Primary, and he also came out with allegations that in some cases they have noted, rather their agents have noted, that voters have been bribed, are being given money before getting into a police station. But at least within these premises, we cannot say that we have not seen anything of that sort. But according to his allegations, he says away from this premise, of course, there are people who are trying to dish out money with the intention to buy out the will or to convict people to vote in their favor. On the issue of security, Mumbi, there are lots and lots of police officers on the ground manning police stations just to make sure that there will be no cases that would border insecurity, like you've seen in some parts, like in Kasipul, Kabondo, or in parts where people have had to attack each other. Largely, in Malava constituency, which has 7 wards, there's been no violence or cases where members of the public or even people on the ground just to observe the exercise have been injured. But we continue to follow this closely and see who eventually will become the winner when IEBC will making the announcement. As I conclude, Malava constituency has 94,417 registered voters according to the IEBC. Of this, of course, whoever will score or get the highest number of voters today will be succeeding the late Malulu Njendi, represent this constituency for at least 1.5 years ahead of the general election in 2027, before they'll be getting to make another decision on whether they'll be electing another member of parliament or give whoever wins today another full term in office. But we'll be here to make sure that we bring you up to speed on every event from Malava, Kakamega. Mumbi.
Indeed, thank you so much, Timothy Simwa, for that extensive report expounding on the state of situation in Malava constituency, where voting is going on, and it is a hotly contested race there. And it seems like it's a 2-horse race between Seth Panyako of DAPK and, of course, David Ndakwa of UDA. Of course, we continue to monitor everything that is going on. Remember, voting commenced at 6 a.m. and voting is expected to be closed by 5 p.m. So we continue to monitor and look closely in all the areas where the by-elections are taking place. Right now, we're going to be crossing over to Mombasa County, where our reporter Boniface Musangi is at Magarini, to just give us an update on how the voting process is going. Musangi, if you can hear me, what is currently going on? How is the voting process so far?
Niko katika shule ya msingi ya Marafa katika eneo bunge la Magarini, ambapo tayari zoezi la kupiga kura linaendelea katika maeneo haya hapa hivi. Na basi wakazi wajitokeza kwa wingi hapa mwendo wa asubuhi na mchana, ila pale walipofika mwendo wa mchana wakaweza kupungua kiasi, wakaenda nyumbani kuweza kula na baadaye kuweza kurudi tayari kuweza kushiriki zoezi la kumchagua kiongozi wao ambaye atawaongoza kwa miaka miwili iliyobakia. Ni uchaguzi mdogo ambao unafanyika baada ya mahakama kuweza kubandua basi yule aliyekuwa tayari mbunge wa eneo hili Harry Kombe kuweza kumbandua na kutoa nafasi basi ya viongozi kuweza kushiriki uchaguzi mpya tena, kuweza kuangalia nani atakayeibuka ushindi na uchaguzi uweze kuwa wa huru na haki. Lakini wakazi nipo nao wengi ambao pia ni wapiga kura katika sehemu hizi, naomba tu muweze kuja hapa tuweze kuchanganua pengine swala hilo la uchaguzi limekuwaje. Songeni tu hivi hapa karibu. Songeni tu hapa muende karibu mimi hivi. Naona mpo na furaha, nyuso zenu zinaonyesha furaha eneo hili la Magarini, na pengine kunieleza tu, je, mshapiga kura yenu? Tukianza na wewe Mara.
Ndio, tushapiga.
Pengine kura ile ambayo umepiga siku ya leo, nini kimekushawishi wewe kaanza kutoka nyumbani kwako mguu na njia mpaka hapa kuweza kushiriki uchaguzi huu? Ni kipi kile kimekuchangia tu?
Ni haki yangu. Ndio.
Umefika hapa, je, zoezi la kupiga kura umeweza kulionaje? Limekuwa la kwa njia sawa, halisumbui, ama umeweza kukumbana na nini ambapo pengine umeweza kukuta kimeweza kukukera katika zoezi hili, ama kipi ambacho kimeweza kukufarisha zaidi katika chaguzi hii ndogo inapoendelea?
Kura yetu imekuwa ya amani. Tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Hakukuwa na shida yoyote.
Na mami, nimekuona hapa ukifika hapa mapema pia vile kuweza kutabasamu. Pengine ukitazama tu runinga yetu mahojiano moja kwa moja ya Kameme TV na K24, wewe unazungumza vipi uchaguzi huu? Kipi kimekuleta hapa kuweza kupiga, kipi kile kimekushawishi wewe kufika hapa kuweza kushiriki katika zoezi la uchaguzi? Unataka kiongozi wa aina gani?
Mimi nataka kiongozi ambaye anafanya maendeleo katika huku kwetu bunge la Magarini, na hata pia vile tunavyoona yale maendeleo vile yanavyoendelea. Ndio maana nimejitokeza, kwa sababu watoto wetu wazidi kupata elimu na hii Magarini yetu izidi kuenuka, isiwe kama zamani.
Na pengine hali ilivyotokea uchaguzi uanze mpaka kwa sasa, una hali iko vipi? Shwari ama usalama vipi?
Iko shwari, sijaona vurugu yoyote hapa. Watu wa huku kwetu ni wazuri na wamemakinika. Wako vizuri sana.
Asante. Mami, songa tu karibu mami hapa, tueleze pengine majina yako, unaitwa nani, unazungumzaje uchaguzi huu?
Majina yangu naitwa Chris Rehema.
Unazungumzaje pengine uchaguzi huu? Kipi kimekuchangia kufika hapa wewe? Unataka pengine kiongozi na gani?
Kwa kusema kweli kwa kusema kweli tumekuja kupiga kura kwa maendeleo na ufanisi wa Magarini.
Ni kiongozi aina gani, mwenye madili gani yale ambapo wewe unamtaka kuweza kuhakikisha atakapochaguliwa basi masuala kadhaa na maendeleo huko yatapatikana? Kiongozi awe na nini? Afanye mambo gani?
Mwanzo tunapenda hiyo kiongozi awe kwanza upande wa elimu. Na
Sinaona. Haya, soka tu mami hapa. Karibu. Mama, mwanzo huyu mama aliye hospitali. Mama njoo, nimekusikia umesafiri kutoka wapi kuweza kufika kushiriki uchaguzi huu? Simama hapa. Umesafiri kutoka wapi mpaka hapa kushiriki uchaguzi huu, na unaambiaje wale watu ambao sasa wako nyumbani pale? Tazama tu mbele.
Nawaambia wenzangu walioko nyumbani sasa wajitokeze kwa wingi kwa kupiga kura ya amani. Imenifanya leo asubuhi nimetoka sehemu zingine zinaitwa Mombasa, Simiti huko, sijui ni Bumbi huko, kwa kupiga kura peke yake.
Umepiga kura yako?
Kura yangu nimepiga.
Asante. Tusubiri. Haya mama, songa tu hapa, siwezi kukuacha. Songa tu karibu. Haya, majina yako unaitwa nani? Umepiga kura yako, na pengine vile ungependa kiongozi aina gani?
Mimi napenda kiongozi ambaye anajulikana, tujuita sisi ambao tuko huku. Tuendeleze, hata kama ni kuendeleza, aendeleze mambo ya kusaidia watoto ambao wako manyumbani, ambao hawendi shule. Yeye huyo mwongozi atakayekuwa tumempata au anasaidia watoto kila pahali, waende shule, wasaidike watoto, na hata sisi wakina mama hatuna haja kwamba ni kitu akufuate nacho kwa nyumbani, lakini hizi ambazo atakuwa anaziendeleza upande wa shule, upande wa maendeleo, mambo ya hospitali hivi, hatutaki kuteseka na mambo ya hospitali. Tunataka kila kitu kiwe sawa. Manake kuna mwingine unaweza kumchagua halafu akawa haya maneno ambayo tunaongea hapa akawa hata yashika. Sisi hatupendi, tunataka maendelezo, si maendelezo yangu peke yangu vitashinda. Manake yeye ni mtu atakayekuwa amepata sehemu kubwa ile atakayekuwa amepata, lakini maendelezo ya hayo ambayo nimeyataja tayari haya kutuendeleza hivyo, ya kuangalia hata kama kuna mambo mengine ama ya watu ambao ni wavamizi pia nao au atakuwa tayari nao kila pahali asunguke, asituache. Yani sisi tumetoka manyumbani kwetu mbali, tumekuja hapa kumtafuta yeye, lakini wengine wanaweza kupata halafu akawa hakumbuki hata kina mama. Sasa sisi ni watu wazima, tunataka kufanywa ni wale ambao ni mtoto wangu mwenzangu, lakini ni mtoto wangu kama atakuwa amepata kura. Vyangu ni hayo, sina mengi.
Asante sana mama, umefunga kazi. Kaka, tumekufika hapa, wewe ni mmoja wale ambao wanaangalizwa kura hizi. Taswira iko vipi? Tujengee taswira iko vipi na yapi mambo mmeweza kutambua sasa?
Naam, kwa majina naitwa Alifujo, nafanya kazi na shirika la Haki Afrika na mini observer. Nimewekwa sehemu ya Marafa Ward na sehemu ya Garashi Ward. Nimefika hapa kituo wakati nafunguliwa, na ningependa kutoa pongezi especially kwa watu wa IBC kuandaa uchaguzi mzuri. Kwa upande wa vifaa tumeona kwamba vifaa vipo na vifaa vinafanya kazi, na tumeweza kutembelea maeneo 11 ndani ya wadi ya Garashi na wadi hii ya Marafa ambayo tuko sahihi. Upande wa security, kila kituo ambacho tumekifikia tumeona polisi wako, na polisi wanadumisha nidhamu, wanahakikisha kwamba usalama upo. Na katika upande wa wapiga kura tumeona kidogo kuna tashwishi. Kile kituo ambacho tumefika na kuchukua takwimu cha watu wengi zaidi ilikuwa ni 26% kufikia muda wa saa 6 kamili. So hii ina ishara kwamba wapiga kura hawajajitokeza, na saa hizi tunaangalia katika polling centers nyingi na polling station nyingi ndani ya Marafa na Garashi ziko empty, ni makame, hakuna wapigaji kura, anakuja mmoja. Na pia tumeweza kunukuu kwamba vijana wengi hawakujitokeza kupiga kura. Tumeona kwamba wengi waliopiga kura ni kina mama, tena watu wazima na wazee. So hii inamaanisha kwamba vijana wengi hawakujitokeza katika zoezi hili la kuchagua kiongozi wao, ambao hao viongozi wanapaniwa kuwa viongozi watakaoletea maendeleo.
Pengine mmeuliza wale vijana kwa nini hawajaamua kushiriki uchaguzi huu? Maana wengi pia nimeona katika stage za bodaboda maskani ni nini?
Na tumefika kuuliza vijana ambao walikuwa wanacheza pool table, na tukauliza kwa nini hamjashiriki katika zoezi hili la kuchagua kiongozi ambaye atawaletea manufaa. Na mtikio alilotujibu ni kwamba vijana wengi sana wako town, wanafanya biashara zao, wengi ni madereva bodaboda na wengi ni waajiriwa, so hawawezi acha kazi zao kuja huku kwa sababu huku kidogo ni interior na ni mbali, na kwa sababu ya pesa za kuwezesha kutoka town mpaka hapa ni changamoto kwao. Na pili, pia kuna vituo ambavyo ilikuwa asilimia yake tulipofika ilikuwa ni chache zaidi, ilikuwa ni 9 ilipokuwa mwendo wa saa 5, na tukaweza kuuliza wananchi, na jibu alitojibu ni kwamba hicho kituo kiko peke yake, kiko isolated, kiko mbali, na mtu kuja kupiga kura anahitaji kupata usafiri wa pikipiki, na pikipiki ni zaidi ya shilingi 100 kwenda mbele. So wengi kwa uwezo wa mifuko hawakuweza kufika ili kupiga kura, kuhakikisha kwamba haki yao ya kupiga kura wameitimiza. Na pia tumeona viongozi wakizunguka, na moja katika kituo ambacho tumeenda, polisi alituagiza tuweke katika ripoti yetu kwamba kuna viongozi ambao wanajiita top agents, wanajiita super agents, ambao wao hawakuwataka wafike kule kwenye vituo kwa sababu wanaandamana na magengi ya watu na mapikipiki. So kwao ilikuwa ni changamoto. So polisi walituuliza kwamba tuweze kuinukuu katika ripoti yetu kwamba viongozi wa kisiasa, especially wale top leaders, waweze kudumisha amani. Ikiwa mtu anakuja kufanya observation, aje peke yake na zile requirement ambazo atakana na utaratibu ambao atakana, aweze kuuliza maswali kiuzuri na kipato fahamu, aweze kwenda zake. wake, lakini kusifia saizi naweza kusema ndani ya wodi ya Garashi na wodi hii ya Marafa watu wana amani na wapiga kura wanapiga kura kiuzalendo na kuhakikisha kwamba watachagua kiongozi mzuri.
Asante sana kaka, na kila laheri kwa juhudi zako ambazo unaweza kufanya. Bila shaka utakutana na mwendo wa jioni pale katika kituo kikuu cha kuhesabu matokeo ambayo ni pale Mapimo.
Inshallah.
Asante. Mama, naona mmesimama muda hupo nasi, lakini pengine nzoni hano bekido sungani hano. Njoni hivi mtuambie pengine mngependa kuongea mama ama mmetosheka, sio kwa sababu nimeweza kuacha katika mahojiano. Asante mami, sawa.
Asante.
Haya, apite taratibu. Apite na wewe mami kidogo hivi. Basi ni miongoni tu mwa wale wakazi ama wale wapiga kura ambao wamefika hapa kuweza kushiriki zoezi hili la kuweza kupiga kura zao. Tayari washapiga kura na sasa basi moja kwa moja wanaelekea manyumbani kwao. Lakini katika vituo vingi tumeweza kuona tu hali ya utulivu imeweza kutanda. Hakuna wale vijana kusema kwamba wamejikita katika sehemu mbalimbali kuanza kulinda kura zao. Na hapa nilipo ni wadi tu ya Marafa, na pia vile vile kutoka hapa Marafa tunaweza kuelekea Garashi kuweza kuhakikisha maeneo ya Garashi, kuweza kujua pia maeneo ya Garashi hali iko vipi, na pia vile vile hali ya utulivu inashuhudiwa kule au kupo na masuala gani na gani. Na mwendo wa jioni basi kuweza kurudi katika kile kituo kikuu cha kuweza kukusanya matokeo ambayo ni Mapimo. Hapo Mapimo ndio pasi sasa zile kura zilizopigwa katika sehemu mbalimbali huku zitakapohesabiwa zitapelekwa pale na kuweza kutangazwa rasmi na yule afisa mkuu wa usimamizi wa uchaguzi katika eneo bunge hili, basi Joseph Mwafondo. Yeye ndio atakaye kutoa taarifa kamili na nani atakayekuwa ameshinda. Lakini mwendo kama hapo kesho, basi mwendo kama wa saa 4 hivi saa 5 tutamjua nani mshindi katika uchaguzi ule. Lakini kwa sasa basi kinyang'anyiro kile kimeweza kuvutia takriban wagombea 10, lakini upinzani mkali sana umeweza kushuhudiwa kati ya yule mwaniaji wa chama cha DCP Stanley Kenga na pia vile mwaniaji wa chama cha ODM ambaye ni Harrison Kombe. Ni hali ambayo kwa sasa tunasubiri kuona, je, hawa wawili watamenyana kiasi gani, hali itakuwaje, na pia vile vile IEBC itaweza kumtangaza nani kuwa mshindi wa uchaguzi huu. Kutoka maeneo haya basi hapa ya Marafa, jina langu naitwa Boniface Msangi, kwako studio.
Thank you so much, Msangi, all the way from Magarini, that is in Mombasa County, just giving us an update on how the voting process is going on. And of course, remember the voting process closes at 5 p.m. But of course, those that will have queued by 5 p.m. will be allowed to vote. So we continue to update you on everything that is going on there. And of course, let's now cross over to Mbere North, and where our reporter Edwin Mbugwa is, to just give us an update on how everything is going, how the voting process is, how the security situation is looking like. Edwin, if you can hear me, update us on what is currently going on. Is it, calm where you are right now?
Very good afternoon to you, Mombi. Of course, I'm coming to you live from Karambari Police Station here in Momenje Ward, Mbere North constituency. Of course, once again, this is home to Newton Karish, a DCP aspirant who was the area member of County Assembly, but he stepped down to vie for a member of Parliament to replace the current Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, that is Geoffrey Ruko. As you can see, this police station is relatively calm compared to the previous polling station where we were, that is Siakago police station, where we experienced some chaos where members of the DCP party and a DP party, those supporting the opposition and those in government, crashed over different issues, but later on it was settled by the Independence and Electoral Body. Of course, leaders across a board calling for peace and calm ahead of as the voting is under. Of course, other police stations have also not experienced any unrest. They are relatively calm, and residents or voters are still trickling in, voting and going home peacefully. Currently, I would like now to engage some of the locals who have already voted and who are also queuing to go inside and vote, and maybe get their views, what they expect, and of course, how is the process. Ningetaka kwanza nimkaribishe huyu hapa. Karibu sana katika runinga K24. Tuanze kwa jina lako na utueleze umetoka wapi na pengine umepiga kura na pengine shughuli nzima ya upigaji kura iko vipi? Tuangalie pale.
Asante sana, majina yangu ni Benson Mwaniki Njero, mzaliwa hapa Karambari, mpiga kura hapa Karambari, Nimesomea hapa Karambari shule lakini leo ni kituo cha kupiga kura. Tunashukuru sana wananchi wetu wamejitokeza kwa hali ya nguvu. Kwa sasa nimepata kupata habari tumefikia wapiga kura 300 na ambao wamepiga kura, na hii kituo iko na wapiga kura 586. Hiyo ni kusema tayari idadi ya piga kura 52% washapiga kura. Pia nimetembea katika vituo zingine hapa Mumenje. Hapa ni Mumenje ward, na nimepata habari kuna vituo kama Rwagori, Kivwe, kuna zingine kama Kiamugongo, kuna hata Kerie ambapo wapiga kura wamejitokeza kabisa, huko wanakaribia kufikisha 70% of voter turnout. So kwa ufupi, mimi mwenyewe natarajia baada ya hii uchaguzi nitakuja kuomba kura ya kiti cha MCA hapa.
Pengine ukiwa hapa ndani katika shughuli zako za kupiga kura, pengine zile taratibu za kupiga kura ziko vipi, na pengine nyinyi kama wakazi mna imani na tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka humu nchini ibisa?
Taratibu tumeziona zinaendelea vizuri. Wapiga kura wakifika, they are being identified effectively. Wengine pia wale pengine vidole zao zimeleta shida, taratibu pia zimewekwa. Hivyo tuna imani mpaka kwa sasa tuko na imani na upiga kura, na tuomba ile imebaki ya kumalizia kupiga kura by 6, kura sihesabiwe vizuri na tallying ifanyike vizuri na tujue nani atakuwa mjumbe wetu.
Katika maeneo mengine tumeweza kushuhudia visa vya vurugu. Pengine hapa katika kituo hiki, kwa sababu umekuwa hapa katika muda, umeshuhudia swala kama hilo ama tatizo lolote?
Kwa kweli nimeelezewa kumekuwa na tashwishi kidogo pale Chicago, lakini hapa Karambari na pia Mumenje yote ambayo zile vituo ambayo nimetembelea sijapata kuwa na furugu zozote. There are no really significant incidences. Utaratibu unaendelea vizuri, wananchi wanapiga kura kwa amani, na tunatarajia uchaguzi utaisha kwa amani vile umeanza hapa Mumenje na especially hapa Karambari polling station.
Tukihitimisha tu kwa kifupi, wito wako kwa wakazi wa Mumenje na hasa eneo bunge la Embu Kaskazini kwa jumla?
Asante sana. Ni eneo la Mbere Kaskazini. Tuwahimiza wananchi wetu ambao hawajajitokeza waendelee kujitokeza kupiga kura, sababu kupiga kura ni haki yako. Na hata usipopiga kura pia umepiga kura, sababu umekubalia yule ambaye upendi ya kuongoze apigwe kura na wengine. Hivyo wote wananchi wa Mbere North ambao wamejisajili kupiga kura wajitokeze, tupige kura kwa amani, kura sihesabiwa kwa amani, na yule ambaye atachaguliwa na wale wengi ndio tutakubali zote, ndio atakuwa mjumbe wetu wa kutuongoza kile kipindi kimebaki.
Asante sana. Nizungumze na mwingine hapa, karibu. Tuanze kwa jina lako tu, wewe hapa karibia, naona umetoka hapo ndani kupiga kura. Tuanze kwa jina lako na utueleze pengine ulifika hapa saa ngapi?
Jina yangu ni Josephat Mosiri Jero. Nimefika hapa tu mwendo wa saa 7 na nimeona maneno yanaendelea mzuri.
Pengine kuna changamoto yoyote ambayo umekabiliana nayo wakati wa kuja kupiga kura hapa?
Kuna changamoto.
Haya, pengine wito wako kwa wakazi wa hasa Mumenje na eneo bunge la Mbere Kaskazini ni upi?
Hiyo wito ni wachague kiongozi ako na maendeleo.
Naam, asante sana. Nizungumze na mzee mwingine hapa ambaye tayari amepiga kura. Karibu sana mzee, tuanze kwa jina lako na utueleze pengine ulifika hapa mida saa ngapi na umekuwa na changamoto yote kupiga kura?
Kwa majina ni Bogo Nthiga. Nilikuja hapa kama about 30 minutes ago na sikuwa na shida yote. Tumeingia na hakuna neno lolote. Watu wanafanya watu waniniwa hapa wanafanya kazi vizuri. Hakuna shida. Hakuna hata no chaos. Things are very okay, very calm. Yeah.
Kumekuwapo pia na tuhuma za kwamba kuna watu ambao wanahonga wapiga kura. Pengine nyinyi mweza kushuhudia visa kama hivyo ama mimi pengine mmehongwa?
Kitu kama hiyo mimi sina habari. Yeah.
Na wito wako kwa wakazi wa Mbere Kaskazini ni upi?
Watu wachague yule mtu wa maana, na yule mtu atachaguliwa ni toleo la Mungu na tutakubali yeye. Yeah.
Naam, asante sana. Nizungumze na mwingine hapa tu. Naona ndio amemaliza kushiriki zoezi lake la kupiga kura. Tuanze kwa jina lako. Pengine umetoka eneo lipi, ulifika hapa saa ngapi na zoezi nzima liko vipi?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Anthony Muthi Mwaneki. Mimi mzaliwa hapa lakini huwa naishi huko Chicago. Nilifika hapo saa 5. Nimeona shughuli inaendelea vizuri. Tunaomba wakati vote itakuwa imalizike kwa amani na tukubali ile matokeo itakuwa.
Kumekuwepo na visa vya kuwepo kwa vurugu pengine hapa mmeshuhudia, na pengine ujumbe wako ni upi kwa wale ambao pengine wanazua vurugu na kuweza kutatiza shughuli hii?
Ujumbe wangu kwa wale wanazua vurugu ni kwamba uchaguzi itaisha na ni vizuri tukubali penye wananchi wameamua, kwa sababu baada ya hii uchaguzi maisha lazima tuendelee nayo kama kawaida.
Naam, asante sana. Sasa niweze kuzungumza na mama hapa. Mama, karibu sana. Tuanze kwa jina lako. Naona umetoka hapo ndani kupiga kura. Pengine umetoka eneo lipi na ulifika hapa saa ngapi?
Saa 6.
Tuanze kwa jina lako.
Majina yangu naitwa Feata Mwendia.
Umetoka eneo lipi?
Nimetoka Karambari.
Pengine shughuli ya kupiga kura hapa imekuwa vipi?
Nzuri.
Wito wako kwa wakazi wa Muminji na Embu kwa jumla na Mbere kwa jumla? Utawaambia nini wale ambao hawajajitokeza kupiga kura pengine?
Wapige kura vizuri.
Now, asante sana. Those are sentiments from some of the locals who were here, who are queuing to go inside and vote. Of course, as they have explained, the process is seamless, appreciating how it is being done. Of course, we'll still be following up this particular exercise in other polling stations in the country, in the constituency, to also find out whether there are any incidences as of course, regarding some of the concerns that have been raised earlier today. Of course, each side accusing its opponent of voter bribery and, of course, plans to cause mayhem and chaos. But, of course, the clarion call has been that voters and residents should observe peace and also remain calm, as voting will be, of course, be ending at around 5. But those who will be on the queue at 5 p.m. will be also allowed to vote. And, of course, after that, the counting of the votes will kick off. And, of course, we expect maybe around midnight or before midnight we'll be knowing who will be replacing Geoffrey Ruku as the Member of Parliament for Mbere North constituency. Remember, this remains to be a high-stakes politics as former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and the current Deputy President Ithurano Nini are muscling up for the soul of the Mount Kenya region, each expecting to cement his ground as the leader of the region, with of course with the Deputy President Ithurano Nini coming from this particular region of the mountain, that is the Mount Kenya West, Mount Kenya East. Sorry, of course he of course he insists to be commanding the votes of this particular region. Of course, also constituency or region, also the county politics will be playing, of course, as Justin Muturi will also be marshalling up with current CS for public service, that's Geoffrey Ruku, on who truly commands the Mbere votes. Of course, we'll be visiting other polling stations also to find and also to make sure we bring our viewers up to speed on what is exactly happening in those particular areas. Mombi, for now, that's all what we have from Mbere North for now, but we'll be coming back to you later in our subsequent bulletin, of course, to keep our viewers up to date. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Edwin Mbugwa, all the way from Mbere North, just giving us an update on how the voting process is going on. And of course, we will be getting back there as the process continues in that region. Quite a hotly contested affair there. Let's now cross over to Kariobangi North. Remember, the seat for ward representative is being contested for. Let's now talk to our reporter Mbataro Mwangi, who is following up on the voting process, to just give us an update on how the security process is going, the voter turnout. Mbataro, if you can hear me, what is currently going on? How has the process been? How is the security situation?
At Kariobangi North Ward, and this is one of the wards, or one of the areas that we are conducting a by-election conducted by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And Kariobangi Ward is in Embakasi North constituency, the former Embakasi sub-county, and this is in Nairobi County. And this being a ward, we are expecting about 25,000 voters registered in the ward. But from morning, when we touched base at this place at on or before 6 a.m., what we had seen before was a matter of voters streaming in good numbers, but not really satisfying numbers. And as you can see from behind, you can see that all the voting booths are literally empty, and the numbers have drastically gone down. The voting went up up until around 10, 11 a.m. when the numbers subsided, and it became a problem of just waiting for all the electoral officials being awaited and see to see if voters will still continue streaming in or not. In Kariobangi North Ward, we have got we've got five electoral stations, or these are including Maruda Primary School, also Kariobangi North Nursery, Kariobangi North Secondary School, Kariobangi North Primary School, and where we are right now at Our Lady of Fatima, where we're just expecting an update from IEBC. But the update that we received about 30 minutes ago was that only about 4,000 voters had registered their votes today and had come in to vote, so this being not even a quarter of the registered voters in this place. And I want to speak to a number of people. I've tried to bring a amalgamation of people who are voting and people who are contesting. I would like you to utuambie tu jina lako na utuambie labda kwako umeona hiyo operation yote ya kupiga kura ikienda vipi?
Kwa majina yangu naitwa Mr. John Jerukithu, na pia mimi ni apostle, nasimamia kanisa Jesus Care Church hapa Kenya. Niseme kwanza nashukuru sana vyombo vya habari kwa sababu wametupa nafasi mzuri ya kuelezea vile ground kunaendelea. Nataka kusema Kariobangi kutoka asubuhi kumekuwa na amani, na nipongeze sana vyombo vya usalama kwa sababu wakati kulikuwa unataka kunaleta furugu, kuna vile tuliweza kuwaongelesha, na tunaona sasa wameongeza maaskari kwa wingi kila maeneo. Tunataka kusema asante katika wizara ya security, na tunaamini ya kwamba hata sasa venye ni mchana kutaendelea hivyo, na tungeomba pia hata usiku wakati kura zitakuwa zikihesabiwa pia security iongezewe kila kona, sababu ombi langu kama aspirant ambaye mimi nasimama kiti ya MCA kupitia chama ya PDU, ni matumaini yangu ya kwamba kama ni mimi nitashinda, kama ni mwingine atashinda, ashinde kwa ile kura amepigiwa. Haitakuwa furaha kwa mpiga kura, kwa candidate, kwa agent kupata mwenye alikuwa ashinde pengine imebadilishwa. Kwa hivyo ni ombi langu katika hata kwa IBC walituhakikishia kwamba jana watasimamia kura kwa haki, so ni ombi langu pia venye walisema jana ifanyike hivyo katika hapa Kariobangi North, na sio tu Kariobangi North peke yake, ningeomba hata maeneo mengine katika taifa letu la Kenya, sababu mimi ni mchungaji, napenda amani na napendaga kuona haki kitendeka. Kwa hivyo ni ombi langu siku ya leo katika Kariobangi North ambapo tunafanya uchaguzi tukitafuta MC ambaye atasimamia watu wa Kariobangi North, nikiwa mmoja ambaye ninagombea hiyo kiti. Ni ombi langu hata wale wana contest kiti hiki wasikubali kuleta lugha kura nje ya kufanya wananchi wakuwe na uoga, wakose kuja kupiga kura. Kwa sasa hivi nikiangalia kila kituo, maana nimeongea na agent wangu, nimesikia kuna kituo kiko na shida. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kuambia wananchi wa Kariobangi North siku ya leo, hata kama hujaenda kupiga kura, kubali kujitokeza, enda kwa kituo chako, piga kura yako na urudi nyumbani kwa amani. Na naamini ya kwamba ifikapo jioni mshindi tutampata. Kwa hivyo kama Mungu atanijalia, kama atajiria mwingine, ni furaha yangu tupate mshindi ambaye atachaguliwa na watu wa Kariobangi, lakini hakuna kitu kitafanyika mwingine aliyeshinda ipewe mtu mwingine. Ombi langu ni hilo kwamba security ilinde kura zetu zote, na pia IBC ihakikishe hakuna kitu kitabadilika, na ikifanyika hivyo tutaona kweli IBC imebadilika, si ile tulikuwa tunasema hapo awali. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji wangu, Mungu akubariki sana, na kama hujapiga kura mahali popote katika mahali kuna by election, kubali kujitokeza, maana ni haki yako kikatiba uchague kiongozi ambaye atakufanyia kazi na ataleta mabadiliko katika maeneo yako. Kwa hivyo watu wa Kariobangi, Mungu awabariki kwa kuwa mmejitokeza, na najua kwamba hata wajatokea hakika kujieni mpige kura kwa sababu ground hakuna shida. Asante sana.
Na labda kulingana na idadi ambayo imejifikisha mahali hapa, kwa hakika idadi iko chini sana. watu 4,000 kati ya watu 24,000 ambao wamejisajili mahali hapa. Hawa wengi wao hawajakuja. Labda idadi hii, nini kimesababisha idadi hii kwenda chini namna hii?
Ningetaka kusema ya kwamba sababu kubwa ya wananchi kukosa kujitokeza ni kwa sababu wale viongozi tumechagua pale awali, wengine wamekalia viti, waliahidi wananchi mambo mazuri katika maeneo yao, lakini wakakuta inakuanga tu ni ndoto ama ni uongo tubu. Kwa hivyo nataka kusema ya kwamba wananchi wako na ile uchungu kwa sababu wanapoteza siku yao, wanachagua kiongozi lakini yule kiongozi akifika mbunge anabadilika. Kwa hivyo niambie viongozi ambao waliochaguliwa madarakani, hata kama ulitumia pesa ukachaguliwa, kubali kufanyia watu wako kazi. Hata kama uliuza shamba, mlifanya kitu chochote, wacha kulipiza kizazi. Yule mtu aliyekupigia kura, alikupigia kura umsaidie. Na wewe ndio ulimpea kile ulimpea. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wanakosa kufanya kazi kwa sababu wanasema pengine walinunua kiti, hiyo ni tabia mbaya. Kama ulipigiwa kura, aidha ulitumia pesa ama hukutumia pesa, fanyia wananchi kazi kwa sababu ni haki yako kikatiba. Wale watu walikuweka mbunge wapate kupata maendeleo. Hiyo ndio kitu kikubwa sana. Inafanya watu wanakuwa na uchungu. Mtu anasema heri nikae kwa nyumba kuliko niandike mtu kazi arundi anisahau. Hiyo ndio sababu kubwa sana. Na niambia wapiga kura pia, ile kitu inafanya mpiga kura pia naye apoteze na apate kiongozi baya ni kwa sababu nao wapiga kura, sababu mimi pia ni mpiga kura. Ni wakati mtu anakuja kukuomba kura yako, kuliko mpatie kura roho safi, unamwambia lazima ulete kitu kidogo. Naye mtu akichagua wale ambao wanatoanga pesa mingi, wanasemanga juu nimepeana pesa yangu sitafanya kazi. Kwa hivyo ni challenge wananchi pia. 2027 tukimaliza mambo ya hii by election, wajiandae, wasichague watu sababu wako na mali ama pesa, wachague yule kiongozi anaweza fanya kazi. Asante.
Asante sana. Huyo ni Bwana Njero ambaye anatueleza zaidi kuhusu mchakato huu mzima wa uchaguzi. Ningetaka tuongee na agenti mmoja wa uchaguzi huu, utueleze labda kulingana nawe na vituo ambavyo umetembelea, umeona mambo yakiwa vipi katika hafla hii yote ya uchaguzi?
Yes, mtamazaji wangu nasema ni asante kwa sababu ya hii media. Pahali popote nimeenda, hapa Kariobangi, hapa tuko Fatuma, Radio for Fatuma. Sasa pahali popote nimeenda vituo 5, mimi kama chief agent nimeona utulivu, watu wanapiga kura, hakuna milolongo kubwa, watu wanakuja wanapiga kura, wanaenda, mtu anaenda kazini yake. Sasa nasema kulingana ile utulivu iko, watu wale wa Kariobangi wako hapa, wale wako manyumbani wakuje wapige kura kwa sababu hakuna, na wengine saa nyingine sasa kwa sababu siku ya leo ni siku ya wafanyikazi, station zitafungwa saa 12. Hata wale watatoka kazini wako na fursa ya kukuja kupiga kura.
Kwa hivyo wewe unaweza sema kwamba uchaguzi huu umezingatia haki hadi mahali ambapo tumefika, haki imetendeka kulingana nawe?
Kulingana na mimi haki imetendeka. Kulingana na mimi hakuna furugu yote imeonekana. Watu wa security wako sawa, wako gangari, hakuna furugu yote tumeshuhudia kutoka asubuhi mpaka nyakati hii. Sasa hata watu wa ABC wamepanga watu vizuri, wamepanga mambo yao vizuri. Sasa tunangojea tu tujue sasa mshindi na kura vile zitahesabiwa, na mimi naona mambo iko sawa.
Wito wako ni upi haswa kwa Wakenya ambao bado hawajakuja kupiga kura hadi wakati huu? Wito wako ni upi, labda ukiwaongelesha kuambia pia kuna nafasi hadi wakati huu wakuja kupiga kura?
Mimi wito wangu ni kwamba pahali popote kuna by election, saa hii kama haswa hapa Kariobangi tuko, watu wote wajitokeze. Hata wale watatoka kazini, wale wako kazini wajitokeze wakuje wapige kura. Hakuna raini, hakuna milolongo, kuna utulivu na kuna amani. Watu wakuje wapige kura.
Asante sana. That is one of the agents representing one of the candidates in this place and also observing the whole process of the election. And I would like to speak to one of the voters as I come to almost the close. Uniambie labda majina yako na kama umepiga kura, ulifika mahala hapa saa ngapi na maoni yako ni yapi?
Naitwa Chege. Mimi ni mpiga kura hapa Kariobangi na nimefurahia sana kuja kuvote. Process imekuwa iko sawa kabisa. Hakuna line kubwa. Watu wajakuja wengi na naweza nikaimiza mavijana majenzi mkuje mpige kura. Hapa ndo penye tuna-utilize tax kabisa. Na kuna mahali pengine penye tutaweza ku-utilize. Kwa hivyo process imekuwa iko fiti, nimekuja nimevote na mambo yamekuwa sawa sawa kabisa.
Okay, asante sana. Huyo ni Shege, huyo ni kijana wa rika ya Gen Z, na you can also see that they are also coming in to make their vote count and to make sure that more to to whatever they've been saying all over, and even coming to the streets and saying that they need good leadership. They're also here to vote and make their leaders count. And amongst the top contenders in this election, we can say that we have got DCP's David Wanyoike, who has been campaigning and has been on the campaign trail for a long time. His campaigns being led by, among others, Irongo Nyakera, who is the DCP coordinator in Nairobi County. You've also seen someone like Michael Ouma Majua. Michael Ouma Majua is an ODM party contender. ODM party has been on the streets in Kariobangi North, starting from their chairperson Gladys Wanga and also the Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, who has been here trying to convince the people that ODM deserves this position. Remember, in 2022, they had to sacrifice, and due to the zoning process that was there, they left it to Jubilee Party, and through Jubilee Party, the Jubilee Party got the candidate and got the victory in it. And after that, we've got Kanu's Peter Kariuki Ng'ang'a. Peter Kariuki Ng'ang'a earlier was a contender who was vying in this position using the UDA ticket, but later decamped and went to the KANU party. And we also have the Kenya Patriots Party, KPP's Geoffrey Owino Ogutu. We've got John Jeru of PEDU, that is the Party of Democratic Unit, and of the Party of Democratic Unity. And amongst others, in total we've got 16 candidates. So it is a highly contested position, and we are just here trying to see how the process goes. And so far we can say that we've got no insecurity incidences that have been reported. We've seen the security being beefed up from moment to moment. We've seen the administration police, the General Service Unit, and also members of the DCI, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, in plain clothes were here a few minutes ago, and we've seen some Subaru streaming in, and we're just hoping that this is, in the end, this is aimed to ensure that peace and security has been maintained in this place. Earlier we spoke to the IEBC returning officer in this place called Ali Roba, and Ali Roba assured that by 5 they'll be closing the stations, and so he was literally telling Kenyans who have not voted and are registered voters in Kariobangi North to stream in before 5 p.m. because from 5 p.m. we'll see all the other stations, all the other polling stations, that is Marura Primary School, and then Kariobangi North Nursery, Kariobangi North Secondary School, and also any other place that the voting was taking place. All the votes will be brought to this center, being the fact that this is the tallying center of the ward, and this is at Our Lady of Fatima in this Kariobangi North Ward. So we'll just be expecting to see how things go in this Kariobangi North Ward, and we're believing that everything will go as well stipulated. Earlier we also had an update from Thomas Bett, who is the DCC Embakasi North, who was assured that they will be here not only during the day but even during the night. During the day we've seen a lot of security operations in this place, including choppers flying all over. Actually, some minutes ago we even saw a military chopper being around here. This being a ward, and the attention it's being given, so we are expecting that the government will ensure that security will be beefed up until the last minute, and up until when the winner of this election will be announced. Back to you, Mombi Shege.
Thank you so much, our very own Bataru Mwangi in Kariobangi North Ward, just briefing us on everything that is currently going on, how the voting process is going on, how the security situation is. And Bataru has just informed us that everything is quite calm, nothing is amiss. And of course, we will continue to monitor everything that is going on in that particular region. And of course, right now, let's cross over to Homa Bay County, Kasipul, and speak to Joseph Guma, who is there. Remember, there is the Member of Parliament seat that is being contested for, pitting, that is Boyd Were of ODM, and of course, Philip Aroko, who is an independent candidate. So let's just cross over there for an update from Guma. Guma, what is currently happening? Earlier on, we saw Member of Parliament for Homa Bay Town had been attacked, Peter Kaluma, and his firearm disarmed. What is the situation looking like at the moment?
Okay, thank you very much. We are right here in Agorosare Primary School, where voting is still undergoing, but as you can see, the number of voters coming in has drastically reduced, and most voters are now not coming in as we witnessed in the morning, where there were long queues of voters coming to vote. And particularly in this school also, the voting process has been smooth, but there were incidences of scuffles where MP for Homa Bay, Peter Kaluma, was attacked by some youth, and he was attacked and he got injured as well at that particular moment. And that is one of the things that we've observed so far. And going forward, right now, the number is low for those who are turning up to vote. It's very low, and there are no longer queues around this place. Additionally, what I can say is that the situation around this place, there was some tension outside the school a little bit earlier on, but so far calm has been restored, and we are just trying and hoping to see how things will unfold as the day goes by, because we are just a few hours to the time where tallying will be done at Gorosare High School, where most of the 142 polling station results will be tallied, and the winner will be announced after the results are tallied in Form 34B. Right now, I have some of the residents who just voted from this polling station. Let's hear from them what they are saying. Mama, habari ya leo? Umepiga kura na kumekuwaje hapa? Wewe unaweza sema nini kama mkazi wa huko kulingana na shughuli ya leo ya kupiga kura?
Shughuli ya leo imekuwa mzuri, lakini itilafu kidogo kidogo ndio ilikuwa harakati zile za nyuma, lakini saa hizi naona inaendelea kuwa mzuri, sababu mimi naona mapolisi zinafanya kazi yao. Sasa saa hizi tunaona uzuri inaanza kukua kidogo, watu wanaingia wanapiga kura yao.
Tunaona kuwa idadi sasa imepungua. Kwa nini unaona idadi ya wenye wanakuja kupiga kura, tukiangalia na vile watu wanapiga kura katika uchaguzi kuu, idadi imepungua? Wewe kama mkazi unaona hii inachangiwa na nini?
Hii idadi inapungua kwa sababu unajua saa zile ile furugu ilikuwa nyuma, imefanya watu wengi wametoroka, wamekimbia, kwa sababu unajua penye ufurugu iko mpaka watu wakimbie, sababu kila mtu anaangalia maisha yake. Sasa hiyo ndio imefanya watu wamekimbia, lakini najua uzuri itakuwa hapo mbele nyuma hapa karibu watu wataingia watapiga kura. Hiyo ndio usaidi wangu kabisa.
Sawa sawa. Njoo hapa utuelezee wewe kama mpiga kura katika eneo hili, siku ya leo imekuwaje kwako na unatarajia nini kama mkazi wa Kasipul?
Okay. My name is Frederick Ondoro. I'm a voter in Kasipul constituency. And what we have witnessed today is very sad and very disappointing, because to me, what I've seen there is no election that has happened today. Actually, what we have seen is our goons trying to scare away voters to bring about voter apathy at this at the voting stations around the Kasipul. There are hired goons that are driving around with pro boxes, not less than 25, armed with the machetes, pangas, and likes of dangerous weapons, driving around scaring voters. And it's very sad, because this is not democracy. What we are trying to see as are hooligans trying to force themselves into power. And whatever happened in the morning to Honorable Peter Kaluma was very sad, because it's an aspirant in this this election. And what we witnessed, he basically prompted his tried to brought on his goons to beat Kaluma, and they are the ones who started this problem.
And do you believe these people are people from outside and not from Kasipul, the way MP stated?
They are people from, of course, what I've seen is that the person who brought them is an aspirant in this constituency. So, for my information, he knows where they are, the origins of these goons who beat Kaluma.
Thank you. Those are just some of the sentiments from this particular polling station, where there were a bit of scuffles, and MP Kaluma earlier alluded that these people came with a roko and they attacked him. And most of these people from who attacked him are not residents from this region. And and that is not what he expected, because he said that he went to greet to meet to meet the aspirant of ODM who he thought was coming, only to be met by another aspirant, which is Aroko at that particular moment, and within a minute he was attacked and got injured at that particular moment. We are following keenly on what will transpire, because it's about few hours before the voting session close, and we will be following and see what will transpire, and also proceed to the tallying center where we'll get the final results from Kasipul constituency. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Guma, all the way from Homa Bay County in Kasipul constituency, giving us an update on how everything is going. Of course, there are reports of goons driving around, scaring voters. And of course, before or earlier, we did hear that Member of Parliament for Homa Bay Town, Peter Kaluma, had been attacked and his firearm disarmed. Of course, we will be giving you all the latest reports from various constituencies, wards, and of course, remember in Baringo County for that senatorial seat there. We will be giving you all the updates that will be happening. Thank you so much for being with us. For now, I'll be handing over to Fatma Chidagaya. She will be taking you through the next few hours. Remember, of course, the voting is supposed to come close at is supposed to close at around 5 p.m. But those, of course, who have queued by 5 p.m. will be allowed to vote. So keep that in mind. We will continue to update you. For now, let me just hand over to Fatma Chidagaya. My name is Mombi Chege. Thank you so much for your time.
Meme TV, Muthi Waruriri.
Why wait for fun? K24.digital brings you 24/7 entertainment. From the pitch to the playlist, from celebrity gossip to the memes you love. We're not just news, we're your non-stop ticket to everything cool and trending. So get in the know. K24.digital. Follow the buzz 247.
Kameme kayuka moigi na Kameme TV tukinyitirira mathaga maitu turakurehera Mwijoyo Festival ne Jumamothi mweri 29 Novemba haria Sports View Hotel Kasarani kwambĩrĩria thaa 8 cia mũthenya ũkocemania na njata cia Wayne, Samido, Jose Gatutura, Tonya, Prince Ida, DJ John Falme, Waja Asal, Sameiro Gonagia.
Nderagwaru warothiraga watukanago akea. Kikimia timbi kwiro no minokwe naganywa ma.
Kuigira Mwijoyo Festival ni Alibad, shirigi grimo, kehigoine grimo na magana matano. No gwele tikiti wako kuhitukira *672 *55#. Mlima meet Lakeside, one stage, mad fun.
I made kachumbari.
My name is Cliff and I made beef.
I'm Auntie Faith. I brought chapatis.
My name is Uncle Vinny. I made the best chicken.
Mimi ndiye mama yao na nimewapikia
Jamii Pishori Live.
You people don't see my chicken here.
Your chicken was best before Mom made Jamii Pishori rice.
Jamii Pishori rice, where quality begins.
This is AFCON, my friend. Everything is a competition. Everything.
The family meets for AFCON 2025. To book your seat, dial *423# to get or stay connected to DSTV access for only 1,450 Kenya shillings or GoTV value for just 599 Kenya shillings. Live on SuperSport.
Kameme kayuka moigi na Kameme TV tukinyitirira mathaga maitu turakurehera Mwijoyo Festival ne Jumamothi mweri 29 Novemba haria Sports View Hotel Kasarani kwambĩrĩria thaa 8 cia mũthenya ũkocemania na njata cia Wayne Samido Josega Tutura Tonia Prince Ida DJ John Falme Waja Asal Sameiro Gonagia
Nderagwaru warothiraga watukanago akea Kikimia timitimbi Ithurano Nini kwenaganywa ma
Kuigira Mwijoyo Festival ni Alibad Shirigi Griemwe Kehigoine Griemwe na magana matano Nogwele tigiti waku kuhitukira star 672 star 55 # Mlima meet Lakeside one stage mad fun
Kameme TV Muthi wa rũrĩrĩ.
Good afternoon. Now, as Kenya heads into another round of by-elections today, we are watching contests that speak not just to the local representation, but to the wider story of the Kenya's democratic trajectory. How will we manage political competition? How institutions hold? And what today really signals for the regional stability in East Africa? These mini polls that are happening today, they cut across the country, from the coast to the western to the Mount Kenya region, covering 15 MCA seats, 6 National Assembly seats, and 1 senatorial race. And already we've seen a mix of calm voting and pockets of tension, shaping the day's narrative. Now, since morning, a number of incidents have been reported. In Mbeere North, for instance, former Attorney General Justice Muthi confronted and physically ejected an agent of MP Leonard Wamudende at the Siakiago Social Hall, allegedly accusing the agent of inciting voters by wearing UDA colors. In Magarini, Kilifi County, residents in the Kanagoni chased away Kilifi South MP Ken Chonga, insisting that he was not an authorized agent at that polling station. Meanwhile, in Malava, an aspirant, that is Seth Panyako, claims he was intimidated late last night at around 1 p.m. and that his vehicle was vandalized. And still in Malava, at the Mayonje Butali ward, a vehicle belonging to DAP Kenya party leader Eugene Wamalwa was set ablaze, with some witnesses describing it as an orchestrated act meant to intimidate supporters. Meanwhile, in Kasipul, media reports say the agent for ODM's Peter Kaluma was attacked by a mob at Agorosare, sustaining a head injury, in an area that has already experienced campaign period clashes and earlier fatalities. From this morning up until now, which is 2 p.m., voting has largely proceeded, but with very clear early signs. Turnout is still relatively low. Not unusual for midday, as many people are still at work. But electoral officials expect numbers to rise later this afternoon. Security teams have been reinforcing the hotspots, and as about 11:30 a.m., police in several constituencies reported the situation as contained, even with the isolated disruptions pointing towards what had happened between the early mornings from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. The turnout is low to moderate across most polling stations as of early afternoon. IEBC teams anticipate an uptick after perhaps 3 p.m. Security-wise, there have been multiple isolated incidents, including vandalism, intimidation, claims, and clashes, but the police term most areas under control. In terms of logistics, most stations opened on time. A few reported delays due to agent disputes or late arrival of the kits. And now, as I take over from Mumbi Shege, who has been holding coverage from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., I'm joined in studio currently by a governance expert, Sophie Debire, and I'm also expected to be joined by Peter Musendi, who is also a political analyst, and Vincent Akech. So let's get into what these developments mean for the integrity and the trajectory of today's votes. Madam Sophie, thank you very much for joining us and welcome.
Thank you for having me, Fatma.
Now, I think it's only fair for us to open with the statement that every guest that has come into this set is being asked. And the question that is being asked to everyone, how significant are these by-elections?
Today's marks a very important day in Kenyan history, and especially looking at the landscape and how politics have been, playing out recently, and then you do a comparison of what has been happening previously. It's indeed true that democracy has to be born afresh, and every new generation must do it through education, being its midwife. We actually seeing two things coming up clearly, which is number one, all generations involved must preserve the democracy, defend it, and as well as fight for it if need be, Fatma. So with what we've been seeing since morning, commencement of opening up of the, the polls today, this is cutting across all these areas that are having, we're having by-elections. We've seen Mwananchi coming out very bold to preserve that, which is democracy, because they are fully aware and understand that without us protecting it, then we will be getting, the shorter end of the stick, which is the bare minimums that we've been crying as a nation. So I think a very significant day today.
All right. So thank you very much, Sophie, for that. And allow us to first go directly to Kasipul. And let's listen from the ground what is happening there.
No, there was no voter bribery. And there is no,
excuses.
Those are theatrics.
Yeah.
They are theatrics so that they can create commotion, so that they can discourage people from voting. So they have not witnessed any voter bribery.
What action are you going to take?
No, we are going to report, first of all, Moshimo will go receive treatment, and we'll report it to the police so that at least the perpetrators can be brought into book.
Are you satisfied by the IEBC, the way they are conducting the exercise?
The IEBC is fine.
No, for the IEBC, they are conducting the process very smoothly. Ballot boxes and the materials were distributed in time. So everything for the IEBC, they are doing a good job. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yes, so I want to encourage the people of Kasipul, please come out and vote. Our opponents know they have lost. What they want to do is to suppress people and stop them from coming out to vote. Aroko came in personally at Agoro Sare Primary, and by there I went to receive him. You media were here. I thought he was Boyd Were because I'm the chief agent here for our party, the ODM party, and you can see I'm accredited by IEBC. So I was to leave, but Honorable Boyd Were told me that he's coming here in 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, I saw vehicles coming in, and for there I thought those were Honorable Boyd Were's vehicle. So the media were here. I went, we greeted one another, and he just told these people to deal with me immediately. The bad thing they have done is that on his instructions, they have taken the gun for my security, and it has been handed over to him before he left. So Aroko himself has the gun for my security. The other thing I want to say is that largely, and you've been here, the people of Kasipul are very peaceful people. These goons Aroko is working with are from Nairobi, and they're very dangerous people. And I'd alerted the CS to this. The CS spoke about it. We've even given their names. These are robbers and very dangerous people from Kibra, Madare, Ruaraka, Kayole. There are some from Kisumu. There are some from Migori. So what has shocked me is that I've been attacked as police are watching. In fact, I was standing with the police officers. So I wanted to request that if there are instructions that the police connive and be complicit in chaos for whatever reason, we want to request the IG and the minister that the police need to be much more firm. I've not reacted, okay, because the intention of these people is to suppress voter turnout. So we want to encourage them, the people not to come. If there is any blood that will be spilled today, it is only my blood. And if it can bring peace to Kasipul, let it be. We are going to move around. We are going to be with the people. Let nobody be discouraged. You see, they have attacked me, but I'm still at Agoro Sare Primary. There is nothing much they will do. And I know they are cowards. That is why they are doing so. So let us encourage people to come out and vote. And so far, so good. Don't be discouraged.
All right, thank you. That is Kasipul, and we managed to get a word from one of the MP contenders, that is Boyd Were, who is standing on an ODM banner. So now let's move and go back to Mbeere North and witness what has been happening earlier, as we have some testaments from some of the leaders in Mbeere North.
We must respect the will of the people of Mbeere without any influence from outsiders or from even the IEBC or even the locals. We need the voice of the people of Mbeere to be heard without being compromised or people being intimidated. Ametoka Nyeri, the problem is we have people who are wearing party colors and they are bribing people so that they can divert the will of the people. People of Mbeere, there's the time to rescue your people. MCA from Nyeri, Chinga MCA from Nyeri, na anakuja kupiga mheshimiwa JB, anawamtumia mpaka nguni, anakuja kumchapa na mheshimiwa amekuja kuona watu wake kama wanapiga kura vizuri.
We have told him you cannot come into the polling area when we are donning party colors. Yes. If he is an authorized agent, or even indeed is whatever kind of person, even observer, he must come wearing other kind of clothes, not coming wearing donning party colors. I mean you can see I'm not wearing DP colors. Yes, this is a law.
But sir, was it up to you to kick him out, or was it supposed to be left
to the IEBC? He didn't kick him out.
But
we did.
We have just told him to get out. Yes.
Did you raise the matter to IEBC?
Yeah.
Yes, but the guy is there. The guy is just meek. They are doing nothing. The presiding officer is behaving like a cow.
The law is that you should not wear party colors here. So we are going to follow that up, just find out. I've just arrived in, and I was keen to find out why there was a crowd there. And Mheshimiwa has just briefed me on what's happening. So we're going to follow this up to find out.
My question is not about you in particular as a commissioner.
No. I know
trained officers, because you cannot be in all the ones.
Yeah, that is correct.
But you have presiding officers.
That is correct.
Who did not take action.
Yes, and that is what I'm trying to say is I'm going to find out what exactly happened with them so that we can be able to know what to do. They have been properly trained. They're expected to do the right thing. And I've been in a number of polling stations and polling centers this morning, and we have not encountered this kind of thing. So
the action that is expected to be
no. I cannot say that in advance, because we ourselves have to understand what exactly happened. I think you are trying to you are trying to preempt something.
But are you agreeing with the DP party that it was wrong for anyone
It is not a question of no. It is not a question of DP party. It is not a question of DP party. I take it that Mheshimiwa has reported this as a Kenyan, not as DP. If it is wrong, it is wrong. If it is right, it is right. I don't think it is a DP issue.
Responsibility is a responsibility of all Kenyans.
a responsibility of every Kenyan to make sure that there is peace. I am a peacemaker. I've come here to make peace. A responsibility of all Kenyans is to make sure that there is peace. It's not only police officers. Every Kenyan must participate in making sure that there is peace in this country. So Justin Muturi cannot stop a fair process of Kenyans participating in their democratic right. Yeah. That is why I'm here. Oh, who is bribing? Who is bribing? Who is bribing here? It's Justin Muturi who tried to bribe voters.
All right, MP Leonard Wamudende there explicitly stating his discontent as to how one of his agents was, we could say, pushed by the former Attorney General Justice Muturi earlier on today, allegedly for having worn colors that represent the ODM party. Now let's move on from Bere North and cross over to Kilifi County in Magarini constituency, and we have our correspondent live on the field, Boniface Nsangi, who's ready to update us with what the turnout is right now. Earlier on we did have a bit of altercations where we had an MP who was asked to leave because he was an unregistered voter. So let's find out what's happening right now. Boniface Nsangi, if you can get me, tell us, what is the turnout? More people coming in now?
Naam, shukrani sana. Basi niko katika kituo cha kupiga kura cha Garashi hapa, ambao ni Garashi Primary ama shule ya msingi ya Garashi, ambapo tayari pia vile vile zoezi la kupiga kura linaendelea, japo tu kwa mwendo wa kobe. Yani wale wapiga kura katika kituo hichi basi wamefika hapa mwendo wa mchana, na kwa sasa basi ni wachache tu ambao wanaendelea na shughuli za kupiga kura. Wapo mpiga picha wangu za kuonyesha upande wa pili kule tu ni maafisa tu ambao sasa wameweza pia pale vile vile kuweza kushika doria. Wameweza tu kuketi upande wa pili pale, wameweza kufika pale kuweza kuangalia hali inaendelea vipi. Lakini pia vile vile hapa nipo tu na baadhi ya viongozi, nipo pia na mwaniaji wa kiti hiki hapa, na pia vile vile baadhi ya mbunge kutoka eneo bunge la kule kaunti ya Kilifi amefika hapa pia kuweza kulinda kuangalia hali ya uchaguzi. Lakini kumeweza kuwa na mshike kiasi kati ya mwaniaji huyu ambaye anawania na huyu kiongozi ambaye ameweza kufika hapa. Hivyo piga picha yangu anaweza kuonesha tu hawa ambao wamefika hapa. Kwa sasa wameweza kutulia, inaonekana hali imetulia, lakini kulikuwa na tumbo joto sana ambalo lilikuwa likiendelea hapa kwa sasa kutokana na hali ya kura inayoendelea kwa sasa. Nitaweza kuwahoji watu wawili, tuambie pengine hisia zao ni zipi na kipi kinachoendelea kwa sasa. Pengine mheshimiwa, wewe umeweza kufika hapa, jukumu lako katika kura hizi ni gani haswa? Na kwa nini kumeweza kuzua tumbo joto sana?
Mimi ni msimamizi tu. Nimekuja kama super agent, ninaangalia vile wananchi wanapiga kura, especially kwa yule broad based candidate. Na mimi nasimamia ward ya Garashi kwa sababu sisi kama wabunge tumeweka in charge of different wards. Katika hii ward ya Garashi kuna wabunge watatu ambao wanazungukia vituo kuhakikisha kwa agency wetu na pia utendaji kazi wa maafisa wa IBC, na kila mtu mhusika anafanya kazi vile inavyostahili. Kwa hivyo niko hapa mimi kama Tungule, tuko na Mama Gertrude Mbeyu hapa na women rep wa Kwale Fatuma Masitu. Mimi tumegawanya into 4 clusters na kila cluster ina mbunge mmoja. Kwa hivyo hatuko hapa kuinterfere with the running of the election. We are just here to make sure that our people vote in a peaceful manner, na at the end of the day tupate ushindi. Kama hiyo ndio matarajio ya mtu yote ambaye ameingia katika kinyang'anyiro. Lakini tetezi za kusema kuwa tuko hapa ili kutatiza upigaji kura kwa wakazi wa Magarini, hizo ni porojo tu. Na unajua mtu kama anashindwa kawaida huwa anakuja na excuses mingi sana, na tunawaelewa.
Tayari mshaanza kuhisi ushindi?
I'm very confident 100% kwa sababu vile nimezunguka tokea asubuhi katika vile vitu ambavyo nimeona wale watu ambao nimeweza kuongea nao baada ya kupiga kura, wote wamenihakikishia kwamba wamempigia kura Harrison Garama Kombe. Kwa hivyo mimi sina tashwishi. I don't have any doubt in my mind that we are not going to win this election.
IBC ndio itakayetangaza mshindi, lakini uwepo wenu hapa nyinyi kama baadhi ya viongozi kutoka broad based government inaashiria nini? Je, uchaguzi kwa sasa upo huru na haki ama umeweza kuitalifiwa?
Uchaguzi uko huru na haki kwa sababu sisi hatujashurutisha mtu yeyote aende apige kura kwa mrengo fulani. Sisi tulizunguka tukafanya kampeni kama vile wagobeaji wengine wote waliweza kufanya kampeni. So at the end of the day, uamuzi ambao unafanyika hapa saizi ni wananchi wenyewe. Baada ya kufanywa kampeni kwa muda wa miezi miwili, miezi mitatu, leo ni siku ya uamuzi na wanakuja. Sisi tumekuja tu observe. Hakuna mambo mengi ambayo tunafanya. We are just here to make sure kwa hii uchaguzi pia unafanyika kwa uhuru na amani. Na ninashukuru kwa sababu katika hii wodi ya Garashi ambayo mimi nasimamia sijasikia kisa chochote cha vurugu, kisa chochote cha watu maybe kukosa nidhamu. Uchaguzi umekuwa wa amani and I'm very happy about that. Yeah.
Tumeweza kuona kidogo wewe na ndugu hapa mkiweza kuletana juu kidogo tumbo joto. Ili shida ni nini haswa?
Pengine yeye atuambie shida ni nini. Unajua huyu jamaa namjua miaka mingi na tumetoana mbali mimi na yeye. Lakini sasa pengine yeye mwenyewe ataeleza kama ana shida gani na mimi as a person, kwa sababu mimi nafikiri sio mtu wa kwanza kwenda kwa observe election mahali. Kwa sababu right now tukiongea kuna wengine wameenda Malava ambao hawatoki Maraba. Mimi natoka Ganze, lakini hapa ni jirani tu, na kwa sababu tuko ndani ya broad based tumekuja hapa kusaidia timu za ODM kuhakikisha kwamba ushindi unapatikana. That is why we are here. Hakuna sababu nyingine ambayo tuko hapa sisi. Kwa hivyo kama yeye ana shida na mimi pengine ni ya kibinafsi ataisema, lakini
madai ya kuweza kuhonga piga kura
hizo ni porojo tu. Unajua kawaida unajua ukiona you are on the receiving end ama ukiona mambo hayaendi mazuri lazima ukuje na excuses. Amesema sijui amenipiga video mahali nikihongana. I hope hiyo video itamsaidia kuweka petition after majibu kutangazwa, kwa sababu mimi najua haitaenda pande wake majibu. Kwa hivyo maybe hiyo itakuwa one of the things ambazo atapeleka kotini kama yuko nayo kweli, itamsaidia kufanya petition maybe kupinga matokeo ya uchaguzi baadaye.
Asante, kila laheri. Basi najua unaendelea kuzunguka, lakini nipo na mgombea hapa mwenye njoo kaka hapa. Naona umekaa, upo na hasira. Pole, najua umeweza kuzunguka, umechoka. Huyu ni mgombea tu wa chama cha DNA ambaye ni Furaha Chengo ama ukipenda muite Kalama Wehu. Ameweza kujihusisha na siasa nyingi hapa zimefanyika hapa, na sasa ni mgombea. Amezunguka na tupe jenga taswira. Ni kipi ambacho umekiona na kipi ambacho unataka kuzungumzia?
Kusema ukweli ODM ama broad based iko hapa kuhonga wapigaji kura. Nimetoka Mjanaheri, nimesumbuana na governor mpaka governor katoroka akiwa nahongana. Nikakuja Gongoni, nikaja nikafukuza wakihongana. Nikapigiwa simu, huyu sijui ni blood fucking Tungule huyo ako hapa.
Lugha sanifu tu, lugha sanifu.
Sasa na mimi nataka nitoke na hutu ndio kwa kitu nyingine. Sitaki kuongea.
Asante. Basi ni harakati tu, wapo piga picha yangu naweza kuonesha tu hapa. Basi ndio hao wawili basi hivyo wanajaribu kuambatana tu polepole kuweza kujua hali itakuwaje, lakini ni hasira kati ya mgombea na yule ambaye anajiita super agent. Basi tutaweza kujua hali itakuwaje polepole katika hali yao nzima ya kuweza kuhakikisha basi kura hizo zinaweza kuendelea. Lakini je, zitakuwa za amani kura hizo? Zitakuwa za amani kura hizo? Lakini tutajua hali halisi itakuwa vipi, manake tayari huyu mgombea wa kiti hiki cha ubunge katika eneo hili Kalama Wehu au ukipenda muite Furaha Chengo ameonekana amejawa na jazba, na kwa sasa amesema basi amewacha shughuli zake zote, ataweza kuandamana na hawa viongozi wa broad based government ambao wako katika maeneo haya kuweza kuangalia kura inaendelea vipi. Anasema wamehusika pakubwa katika swala zima la kuweza kuhakikisha bana wanaweza kujihusisha na uhongaji wa kura, lakini wenyewe wameweza kukataa. Hatujui hali itakuwaje, na pia wenyewe upande wa broad based government tayari umeweza kuashiria kwamba wao wako na matumaini makubwa ya chama cha ODM kuweza kuibuka na ushindi, lakini ni swala ambalo tume IBC yenyewe ndio itakaoamua katika zoezi zima la zile kura kuweza kutamatishwa na hali halisi itakuwaje hapo mwisho. Kwa hivyo tutajaribu kuangalia tu vipi itakavyokuwa hali halisi ya kura hizi zinazoendelea kwa sasa hapa. Tayari Kalama Wehu ashatoka na gari lake, na gari lilo pale mbele ambalo mpiga picha yangu anakuonyesha kwa sasa ni gari la hawa viongozi wa broad based government ambao wanazunguka wakijaribu kujihusisha na masuala haya ya kura, ya kujaribu kuangalia kura zao, kura zinazopigwa katika maeneo haya zinaenda namna gani. Hivyo basi tutazidi kutakambi katika maeneo haya tuweze kuangalia kipi kitakachokuwa kinaendelea na kumjuza yule mtazamaji wetu mahali popote pale alipo. Lakini kituo hichi basi ni kituo cha Garashi ambacho ni mojawapo ya kituo ambacho yule mwaniaji wa kiti cha mwaniaji wa kiti cha ubunge kwa tikiti ya chama cha ODM Hari Kombe basi anategemea pakubwa maeneo haya, ikizingatiwa basi ni maeneo ambao amekuwa na ufuasi mkubwa, ikizingatiwa na maeneo yale ya Adu kule ambapo basi yule mwaniaji wa kile kiti cha ubunge kupitia tikiti ya DCP basi ambaye ni Stanley Kenga pia kule nako anaweza kuegemea pakubwa sana kuweza kuungwa mkono. Kwa hivyo katika maeneo haya sita basi ambayo yako katika maeneo haya wadi sita ambayo yapo katika eneo bunge hili la Magarini, basi maeneo mawili ambayo ni Magarini na Sabaki, maeneo haya basi yameweza kuwekezwa zaidi sana kwa huyu mwaniaji wa kiti cha ODM ambaye ni Harrison Kombe, na pia vile vile eneo hili la Adu na pia eneo la Gongoni ni maeneo ambayo pia yameweza kuwekezwa zaidi katika huyu mwaniaji wa chama cha DCP ambaye ni Stanley Kenga, na maeneo mawili ambayo yamesalia pale basi ambayo ni maeneo ya mvutano ambayo yanatarajiwa kuona nani ambaye ataweza kupatia ushindi upande wote ule, basi ni eneo hili la Marafa na eneo la Sabaki. Kwa hivyo wadi ya Marafa na wadi ya Sabaki, iwapo mgombea ataweza kuangangana pale kupata uungwaji mkono mkubwa, huenda akaibuka na mshindi. Ile kwa sasa basi tumeweza kuona viongozi hawa wawili ambao wanapigiwa upato wakiweza kulinda ngome zao kwa upana zaidi, na pia vile vile tukumbuke kwamba huyu mwanaji ambaye ametoka hapa ambaye pia ni Kalama Wehu ama Furaha Chengo anatokea pia maeneo haya hapa karibu. Hivyo basi ameweza kumpa tahadhari mbunge huyo kwamba usiendelee kuzunguka maeneo haya kwa sababu pia yeye yuko na familia yake na ukoo upande huu, huenda kujipata mahali pabaya. Lakini 9 basi tutaweza kuzamia swala hili kuweza kujua ni yapi atakayojiri, kwa sababu hadi kutoka mwendo asubuhi amani imeweza kushuhudiwa hadi kufikia sasa. Lakini tuna maneno ambayo tumeweza kuona kwa sasa kwamba maafisa wa polisi wameanza kushika doria kuweza kuangalia ni nani ambaye pia analenga kuweza kutatiza usalama huu na vurugu. Kutoka eneo hili la Garashi, eneo bunge la Magarini, jina langu naitwa Boniface Msangi. Kwako studio.
Well, thank you very much, Boniface Msangi, coming to us live from Magarini constituency in Kilifi County. He just had a brief moment there where he could speak to one of the contenders, Furaha Chengo, Elias Kalamawehu, who is vying under the Democratic National Alliance seat. And he, in an agitated tone, he mentions that ODM is there to ruin the vote. Remember, ODM's seat is being vied for by Harrison Kombe-Garama. Harrison Kombe-Garama did actually win the 2022 elections, but his seat was actually nullified after another contendant from DCP, Stanley Kenga, went to court and cited irregularities. So this seat became vacant, and Magarini alongside Banisa are the two constituencies that have for a very long time, more than 2 years even, been vacant. They have not had a member of parliament for about 1.5 to 2 years ago. Now, obviously you can sense that there is a bit of anxiety, there is a bit of agitation there. And as the time goes by, we will continue to engage our field correspondents. Right now in studio, my two other guests have arrived, and that is, I had already introduced Sophie Debire. So right on the right of Sophie Debire is Vincent Akech, who is also a political analyst. Vincent, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And at the very end there, I am joined by Peter Musendo. Peter Musendo is also a governance expert. Now I have two analysts and a governance expert on set, and my director tells me it's Mushendo. Right?
Mushendo. Yes.
Mushendo, not Musendo. It's written as Musendo. And I'm sorry for that.
No.
Yeah, my director tells me it's Mushendo, the correct pronunciation. So thank you very much also for being in the studio here with us. Now, early on, before we had taken a trip towards the fields, we started Kasipu, went to Malava, and then finished with Magarini. I had introduced Sophie, and I had asked Sophie the question that has been asked on this set and various other sets, because I've been listening to this since morning. There's a question that has been asked to almost all guests, and I feel like it is fair that I also bring it here, albeit some hours have passed by. But I feel like it is very important for me to ask this question: how significant are these by-elections? And more so now, given the turnout that we've seen of people, more so now given the little altercations and a bit of violence here and there that we've seen since morning, it begs the question even more. So Sophia, I will start with you. How significant exactly are these by-elections?
Very, like I have alluded a while ago, I said, it is a monumental time for Kenya. Litmus test, so to put it, whereby we are going to see what the current IBC, just recently institutionalized, is capable of doing. We are going to weigh them heavily into, vetting them to see whether they are qualified to be able to run our 2027 elections. And speaking on behalf of the broader opposition, our presidential candidate was on ground in one of the affected areas which had pockets of skirmishes. You can clearly see how desperate the government, or I say broad-based government, is either to retain their seats and even perhaps living in denial to the fact that Kenyans have already decided that enough of their leadership and they want to change hands. So we are hopeful from the opposition side that IEBC does its job to be able to ensure there's no subversion of the people's will. We are very optimistic that out of these many seats that are vacant, the people's voice will be heard through this. So we are calling upon all our supporters. We're calling all Kenyans to come out, not to fear, because the tensions that we've been seeing are sponsored tensions by the broad-based. You have already heard it with your own ears from Magarini, what is happening, because these are people that are known on ground. It can't just be somebody from somewhere else. So our hope is that it ends well and we are not fueling the voter suppression, because that is the main idea of bringing in these skirmishes on ground. So calling upon Kenyans to say, don't fear. We started this battle long time ago. We are yet to finish it. We have a few hours to the close of time. Go out there and make your voices heard.
Okay, thank you very much, Sophie Debure. If I could just move on to you, Mr. Vincent. Mr. Vincent, what is your thought of the significance of these by-elections? People are saying it's a moment of truth. People are saying it's a litmus test for the IEBC. People are saying it's a roadmap to 2027. I mean, these are just by-elections. Why is that so?
Well, first, I would like to thank you for having me here.
All right.
And number two is we must say that these by-elections, they are by far very significant, very, very, because number one, it's a test to the government. If they've not been listening to the people, then I think today they'll have to listen to the returning officers. And number two, again, it's a test for the IEBC. You know that we have a new IEBC. They've not carried any election before, leave alone a high school election. So this is the first test that we are giving them as a people. And they have a big point to prove. Rather, they have a big shoe to fill, or rather, they have a big gap to fill, and prove to us that they are really the people we've been looking for. You know the history of our IBC, ever since before. I mean, they've really had a very bad image. I mean, they've carried out elections which have resulted in violence. I mean, and it's quite unfortunate to see that there's some regions that there's an MP who has faced some violence. Initially, I mean, initially we had a man who could calm down the violence. That is the late Raila Amolo Odinga. But now, since Raila is not here, I would like to play that role for him and call the people of Kasipul Kabondo that constituency has been marred with violence ever since. I mean, the greatest gift we can give to Raila Amolo Odinga right now, as he rests, is to ensure that we see no more violence in that place. I mean, the only violence we should see today is violence against a poor healthcare system, violence against poor education system, violence against poor governance in our country. And I'd also just lastly to call those who've not been able to cast their votes. They could be in their farms, and I want to speak with them. They could be teachers in their classes. They could be in their offices. I would like to urge them that in the remaining 2 to 3 hours, they have a democratic duty to do. And this duty is not for one person. This duty is for the over 1.2 million Kenyans who've not been represented for the past 2 years.
All right, thank you very much. So, Peter Mushendu, if I could just come to you, what is your thought on the significance and importance of these by-elections today?
I think one, One of the saddest thing about by-elections, especially when we are coming to the corner of the general election, is that they aren't about the candidate and the issues on the ground. I'll pick a case study of Marava and Mbere. You have seen Mbere here in the mountain. It is not about the issues of the people of Mbere. It is the issues of who is going to be the king, who is going to create a perception on going to 2027 election, which perception is going to be created. If, for instance, a candidate associated with the opposition wins, that's the perception. So one thing I pick is that these general by-elections have got zero to do with the people of where these votes are cast.
Okay.
That's why you would witness one person from another corner of Kenya purporting to throw another person from another corner of Kenya out of Mbere. It is rather very sad that the person being thrown out of a polling station is being thrown by people who are not from Mbere, other than Justin Muturi, who was previously a member of parliament for the larger Siakago constituency. So bottom line is that the significance of this by-election is not the actual significance that should be there. It should be significant to the people who are electing their representative. Unfortunately, it is not about that. It is about people who are purporting to contest for power in 2027. And that's the most unfortunate thing. But I would also say that having been involved in a number of by-elections there before, what we are witnessing is a trade of accusation. They did, we did. And this is a normal trend in a by-election where you find that there is a lot of national interest. As today, if the side that is government wins in Mbere, here in the mountain, it is that perception that the government is still in control. If the opposition wins, the perception is that the government has lost track on the ground. And those are the most unfortunate thing, that these by-elections have got zero to do with the locals. It is about the the national political platform where they are trying to outdo each other. You have just by classic looking at your interviews, there is about an interview of like 5 MPs who have come on screen. All of them, they are neither, maybe nobody is from that particular constituency. So therefore, I would urge that we still have like, I think, two and a half hours. Let those who are willing to go and vote be given an opportunity to go and cast their votes. Let us ensure that they cast their vote in peace, because at the end of the day, there is one thing I can tell you, and I practically dispute because I have seen some people. In Kenya today, it is not practically possible to stuff ballots. That is ultimate lie when you hear somebody talking about stuffing of ballots. Elections in Kenya, the biggest problem is the stakeholder management of election, because today we have a regulation that stipulates that votes are counted and announced at the polling station. Before they leave that particular room, there is a declaration of results. So anybody trying to insinuate that there would be ballot stuffing, that is wrong. But also, we are also calling on the election stakeholders to uphold integrity of this election. The IEBC staffs, the members of the security apparatus that have been entrusted to ensure that there is peace in these polling stations. But also, I would also want to probably deviate a little bit and disagree with the Honorable Justin Muturi. When you read the Election Act about the regulations of party colors or party symbols, it is, if you are going to send someone out of an election center because of a certain color, that color must be accompanied by a party symbol. Because if today as a voter or as somebody else walks in a red, because at the end of the day, for instance, in Mbere, the 3 candidates who are the major candidates, the CCK, the UDA, and the what do you call UDA and the DP colors. If you combine the three parties and their colors, they have a combination of 9 colors.
Okay.
So are you gonna tell the voters, all the people coming, not to wear? There is a reason why the regulation stipulates not just color. It does not stop at colors.
Right.
It stops. Nonetheless, I think on the side of that particular MCA, that was a dare, because you come from that a particular party that has a particular color that you are wearing. That was inviting trouble to your doorstep, and I think that was an oversight from them.
Right.
But as to the regulations, it will not really augur well with the regulations because they are very specific. But I guess then again, all we are asking is, let us Kenyans who have the right to vote, vote in peace.
Actually, I do want us to analyze the small altercation that happened in Bere North regarding that color and what it really symbolizes. Because as we rightly say, one color can cut across different parties, but there is always that color that is being associated with that party. For example, orange. If I say orange is associated with which party? It's quite obvious. If I say yellow, it is associated with which party? I mean, there are things like that. And I want us to get back to that shortly. But first, I'll come back to you, Akech, regarding what Mushendo has explained very well, that there's a lack of priorities. There's a misplaced priorities in these by-elections, because now the focus is no longer for the seat that is meant to assist the people of that constituency. The focus has shifted into the kingpins. Who is who? Who will get this seat? What is the projection for 2027? So the priorities and the focus have shifted a little bit. And I want to come back to you because you spoke about violence earlier on when we were talking, when I asked you, what is your view on the significance of the by-elections today? And you did mention that there should be no violence, and you are advocating for people not to partake in violence. So again, I want to ask you, who is causing this violence?
Well, very interesting. But I think I must start by saying that the politics of violence are the politics of the past. As a country, we should not be degenerating to such kind of stuff. Yeah? We need to really look into this by-election as a clean preparation. If we start violence right now, you can imagine how it will look like. It will look chaotic. So we as a people of this country must be intentional when we are going to this election. It doesn't matter. Be a member of your party, my party, their party, whoever's party. I think we should place our democracy first. We need to give everyone a space to speak their mind, and definitely the time to cast their votes as they wish. No one should coerce anybody to vote for a certain candidate. And you see, the reason why we are seeing violence today, you've seen one party accusing the other party of voter bribery. I mean,
so the violence is being caused by parties?
They are the key players. So they are the main cause. So IBC must really, you know, as I said before, that this is a test. Not only how much strong the government is, no. It's also a test of the IBC. How structured is our IBC? It's a new test for them. We must agree with that. But they must make it their intention to cause as lesser error as possible. 100% might be difficult to achieve, but it would be best if we achieved 100%. Violence has no chance. In this time, era of time where people are sleeping hungry, where the young people have no jobs, then we want to go to the station and cause violence. I think that is just a divergent, a plan to diverge the decision of the people. One, not to go and vote or influence them to vote for another candidate. But the people must remain focused. They must remember why we are here, what brings us here, and what we must achieve from this.
Right.
And definitely, it's democracy for everybody. I think that's my take on that.
All right, thank you very much. There is a very popular Swahili saying that says, fahali wawili wakipigana, nyasi ama zizi ndo inaumia.
And you see,
And,
I
yes.
would agree with him.
Yes.
That this election has diverged from being a people-based election, by-election. This has become more of a kingpin by-election. We are trying to see who's more powerful in a certain region. And you see, for the head of state to pick the MP of Mbeere, where I mean, he's not being largely supported right now, I would say it's a litmus test.
It is a litmus test.
A huge one.
All right, so thank you very much. Again, what I meant, fahali wawili wakipigana, ni nyasi ama ni zizi ndo walaumia. What does that mean? It means for this particular day today, in comparison to what has happened in the morning until now, we have not set or seen any isolated cases where it is the people fighting for their seats. Unfortunately, all the violence that we've seen since morning until now is one head at loggerheads with another head, one party fighting another party. So again, you talk about IEBC and that this is a litmus test for IEBC. And Sophie, when we spoke earlier on, you also mentioned IEBC. And you said very categorically that opposition states that IEBC should do its job. Now, you also mentioned that you have your presidential candidate who's on ground, so I think you've already cleared it that you are a member of the opposition. It's quite clear, based on your comments. Exactly. Now, I need to ask you this. How confident are you, as a representative of whatever party you're coming from, with the IEBC?
Fatma, because this is the very first time this particular commission instituted is taking up its very first task. It is about, us checking them out to see whether they qualify. So which I can say it is an advantage for them and is a good opportunity for institutions like that, IEBC, to prove themselves. It's very interesting that I also sit in a political party committee representing my party. So this is discussions that we've been having in our board meetings, in our discussions, because we are a tripartite arrangement working together. That is the political parties, IEBC, and the office of the registrar. And some of what is happening today are concerns that we have put and tabled squarely to IEBC to ensure that there is no repeats of the same. And it's a bit shocking to see that as early as, commencement of the voter opening up today, some of us were asking ourselves, where is Etakon? Why isn't he talking about this? Again, when my two brothers say that this has now shifted to be a kingpin showdown, question is, how did we get there?
You tell us.
How did you get there? This is how it got there. It got there the moment or the days whereby privileges are actually tended to be like one-sided, whereby if a member of opposition were going to drum their own support on the ground to the people, they are barred, they are frustrated, they are harassed, they are sent for goons. And when it is the other side, which is broad-based, everything of theirs goes smooth. So we've raised this particular incident, I'll pick, that was like about 2 weeks ago in Kasipul, the very first skirmish that happened. We took it to IEBC and said, look, what are you doing? I thought we had agreed that this shouldn't be happening. What actions have you taken to protect our people, which is our political parties? We are a democracy. We are not a multi-party. We are not a single-party state. We are a multi-party state. And if we are allowing so-and-so to move to sell their manifestos or whatever it is that they're doing, why is it so hard when other people are doing the same is a problem. So when you bring about this double standard as a state, what did you expect? Of course, everybody has their godfathers or their fathers. It's like a home. When you attack the children so much, who else you'll be confronting? It's the parents.
Is it possible for you to be a bit more specific? Where is the double standard?
The double standard is where exactly where in Mbeere. Mbeere is where everything was happening like almost simultaneously. When DCP people were doing their thing, like, doing their campaigns, they were always attacked. The roads were being barricaded for them not to pass in certain roads. Police everywhere. But if it was Wamadende and let's say, for instance, the DP who was also, part of his campaign, there were no police. The roads were very clear. So
you're saying the IEBC is biased?
IEBC, that's what I'm saying. Litmus test for them, because this is their first job that they're doing. And we want them as political parties. We want to see how you handle us on ground. Right? So you have to see how they read their results. Yeah.
Peter,
yes.
You look like you have something in mind.
Yeah, because I'll probably tell my sister this issue of making by-elections about national issues and forgetting the people who are specifically,
the purpose of it all.
And the purpose of doing that has not started with this government. We saw in the last government, Kiamba, Juja, molding and building the speed towards the 2022 general election. It's okay. It's rather unfortunate because then again, as we are saying here that IEBC's litmus test is now, politicians are also doing their own litmus test in these by-elections. They are looking at how popular am I in this particular region, how easily can I be able to capture, because more or less the same, the moods that are in the country in the last 2 years to the general election normally would really or drastically change. But then again, my point is, I said I have been involved in by-elections before, and if you talk to the street speakers here in Eastlands, watakwambia hii mchezo wa town tunaijua. I have been involved in by-elections where people kidnap themselves. I've been involved personally in by-elections where we produce or we manufacture information that is supposed to influence voters who are yet to vote. So with these by-elections, especially, I would be very keen to see Mbere and Magarini and and Marava. Those 3 by-elections are very significant because if you realize 80% of the campaign you have witnessed in those 3 constituencies are not by the candidate, the specific candidate, whether it is DAP Kenya candidate, whether it is UDA candidate, whether it is DCP candidate, or it is DP candidate. The people you see are the people who are in different political formations at the top blast. And unfortunately, and my appeal to them is, when this dust settles, because then again, today we cannot change the fact that these by-elections are naturally about the national political platform. But even when the dust settles, I feel for the IEBC, because either way, if today DCP loses in Magarini, or DP loses in, DP loses in Mbere, or probably UDA loses in Marava, for instance, I'm just giving an example, you will still have this trade-in on IEBC. The problem in this country is that those people calling for the IEBC to stand firm are not calling at IEBC with an open mind. They only believe IEBC will have done right if their candidate wins.
So
if their candidate
is
doesn't win, yes, it's a self-centered call.
Yes.
This is it. I can assure you, tomorrow, if you invite us here in the evening and the results are announced, you will hear whoever has lost, IEBC does not have credibility, IEBC. What I would say about IEBC, there has been quite a lot of issues raised in terms of security, in terms of voter bribery, and all those things. There are apparatus and parameters given to IEBC to deal with these matters. And they right now, they may not deal with them today, but how they deal with these issues, because regardless of the results.
Mhm.
These issues must be dealt with, and is what will define how ABC
All right,
will
all right.
be
Thank you so.
perceived.
Thank you very much, Peter Mushendu. Now, I want us to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to look at the low turnout of voters. Meanwhile, we'll also look at angry Kanyambora residents who have blocked the former public service CS Geoffrey Ruku from accessing some of the. Sorry, the current public CS Geoffrey Ruku from accessing some of the polling stations there. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in a few.
Kameme TV, Muthi wa rũrĩrĩ.
God is a God of a second chance. Ngai nĩ Ngai wa ihinda rĩngĩ. Ona mũini wa rwĩmbo nĩaraugire Ngai nĩ Ngai, tũtungatagĩra Ngai wa ihinda rĩngĩ. Tũtungatagĩra Ngai wa ihinda rĩngĩ. Na Ngai ũcio rĩ nĩaheaga mũndũ a second chance. Na tondũ wĩ muoyo rĩ Ngai no akũhe o hingo ĩngĩ. Ngai no akũrũgamĩrĩre o hingo ĩngĩ tondũ nĩ Ngai wa ihinda rĩngĩ. Ngai arokũhe thĩinĩ wa rĩtwa rĩa Jesũ ihinda rĩa gũkenerũka rĩngĩ. Ngai arokũhe rĩngĩ thĩinĩ wa rĩtwa rĩa Jesũ Kristo. We wĩna kĩrathimo gĩa gũtherema ta mũthabibũ, wĩna kĩrathimo gĩa gũciara mũno ta mũthabibũ, na kũrotwĩka guo thĩinĩ wa rĩtwa rĩa Jesũ Kristo.
Rathimo nĩ kĩhunjio kuma kanitha-inĩ wa CFF Kiambu o kiumia thaa 3 cia rũcinĩ thĩinĩ wa Kameme TV.
Wanenola neema tutamwona Mwokozi Yesu.
Love carried them through time. And betrayal tearing their lives apart. Turning what's sweet to sour.
Nimekuja kudai haki yangu.
Lazizi Season 1, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. on Maisha Magic Plus, DSTV channel 163 and GoTV channel 3.
Kameme kayuka moigi na Kameme TV tukinyitirira mathaga maitu turakurehera Mwijoyo Festival ne Jumamothi mweri 29 November haria Sports View Hotel Kasarani kwambĩrĩria thaa 8 cia mũthenya ũkocemania na njata cia Wayne, Samido, Josega Tutura, Tonia, Prince Ida, DJ John Falme, Waja Asal, Sameiro Gunagia.
Ndaragwaru warothiraga watukanago akea. Kikimia timutimbi kwirũno minokwe na ganyola ma.
Kuingira Mwijoyo Festival ni Alibad, shiringi 1,000, kĩhingo-inĩ 1,500. No gũra tigiti waku kũhĩtũkĩra *672 *55#. Mlima meet Lakeside, one stage, mad fun.
Thank you very much for staying with us here at K24 TV. Now we are providing live coverage of the by-elections today, 27th of November 2025, and the by-elections are cutting across 15-member MCA positions, that is member of the county assembly positions, 6 member of the National Assembly positions, and 1 senatorial position cutting across different counties and constituencies all over Kenya. In studio, I am joined by Sophie Debire, who is a political analyst, right alongside Vincent Akech, who is also a political analyst. And at the very end there, I have Peter Mushendu, who is a governance expert, and we're here to just analyze what has been happening from morning until now. Remember, the polling stations opened at 6 a.m. and are scheduled to close at 5 p.m. with over 67,000 registered voters in Kasipul, over 94,000 registered voters in Malava, and a bunch of others, for example, in Mbeere North, over 60,000 also registered voters. Now, just before we went on break, we were speaking to Peter Mushendu, and Peter Mushendu was of the idea that we have lost focus when it comes to the seats, the parliamentarian seats, especially the big three mentioned, Malava, Kasipul, and Magarini.
That is,
and Mbeere, stating that we've lost focus, and instead of focusing on what exactly this seat is supposed to mean for the people of that constituencies, this has turned into a war where parties and leaders are fighting each other. Peter, I will come back to you again regarding the same notion where we've lost our way. An MP, a member of parliament seat for a constituency, what does that mean? It means it's a representation to the constituents for the NGCDF, for water, for roads, all that, a representation of those constituents in parliament. But this, as you rightly say, has been shifted, has been changed. It's no longer about the constituents. It's no longer about the people. Rather, it's about who is the kingpin where, who is the head where. Now, basing just on that, could you attribute this to the low number of voter turnouts today?
Well, when it comes to the voter turnout, I think the far we have done should be 40%, I think, or thereabout. I don't have the numbers on my fingertips, but the biggest has not gone beyond 50% of voter. We have not achieved 50%.
We have not, because even our correspondents in Magarini stated that it takes about 5 to 10 minutes before you see a voter walking in.
I saw you cover, I saw media
Baringo
covering
is equally slow.
Even at here, not far, here in Kariobangi for an MCA seat.
Yes.
There is a voter. Generally, in the last by-elections we have done in the last 10 years, we have not hit 50% of the voter turnout anywhere. And I'll tell you, you cannot really separate by-elections with national politics, because it is sorts of, like in the US, you know, they have what you call midterm elections. In this country, we don't have midterm elections. But when you have by-elections cropping up at the middle of a term, it is sorts of supposed to be a measure of how people take their current government. It is a mid-term measure of what do people think about the current government. And therefore, the national politics will play. But in these particular by-elections, we have 100% alienated the issues of the local voter in many of the places. If you look at the reporting, you are reporting at Narok, for instance. Look at your reporting at Kapsil. It is the issues that are based on those people are really put behind when you have political figures going. And I challenge even of those of us who go together with the media, how much as for the state are we focusing on the issues? Today, if you ask Kenyans who watch media, what are the 4 things that are affecting the people of Mbeere? Unless you have gone to Mbeere yourself, you will realize that that has been lost in the middle. And therefore, what I would probably urge for the state, because the people to be able to help this country focus on the issues more, it is not the politicians. It is the fourth estate if they so decide. I'll cite out K24 when you were doing 2022 election. You had a program where you are focusing on issues based on a particular constituency, this constituency, this county, what are the issues affecting. And I think that ought to be done by the fourth estate, because most of the people who are watching us are consuming what we are speaking here because they seem to believe that we who sit in the studios of fourth estate have seen it, the fourth estate has seen it, and therefore they are able to tell. So I would probably say that even from our end, as the media and those who sit in the media, we have also failed the people because we have not really conclusively covered the issue. For instance, you realize Bere North is an arid area. It is completely an arid area. One of the biggest issues is that the Teacher Service Commission is looking to take away the hardship allowance. It is a very serious issue in Bere North, where every teacher who works in Bere North works in a hardship area. I have gone to a place that there is simply no roads that exist in those places. And therefore, those are the issues that ought to be covered, even if Rigathi Gachagua or those associated with the president have gone to the ground to campaign for their party candidate or whoever is associated. These issues that affect the local Mwananchi must not be lost in the middle of that national
All right, thank you very much, Peter Mushendu. And Peter Mushendu there explaining to us that the constituents have been shunned away because of all this political rivalry. Now, I want us to take a look at a video here where we have angry Kanyombora residents who have blocked the Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku from entering the Kanyombora polling station. Now, CS Geoffrey Ruku had earlier on gone to oversee the voting exercise, but he was stopped from entering the polling station. He was shouted down and was forced to retreat. The visibility agitated crowd accused him of attempting to interfere with the process and formed a human barrier, a literal human barrier at the station's entrance, bringing movement to a standstill.
The way you want. Yes. Ukitaka kuchagua mtu wa opposition, uchague. Na wewe una ukabila wewe. Hauna ukabila. Na kula tatu kujenga vizuri. Guza. Guza yeye. Toka station. We don't need him. We don't need him. Kabisa. One time. One time. Look at these vehicles without number plates. They have accessed the polling station with the CS Roko. And what has happened here is that he has started intimidating the election officials. Not only that, even the agents going to an extent of ridiculing one of the lawyers, servers who are here. Twende. No, Doka. You see already. The same people.
Those are images from Mbeere North, and residents of the Kanyambora in Mbeere North have blocked the Public Service CS, Geoffrey Ruku, who is the former MP of that area, from accessing the Kanyambora polling station, citing that, you know, he's not supposed to be there. They literally formed a human wall, asking him to retreat. Earlier today, we did see the CS, Geoffrey Ruku, arriving in Mbeere North alongside his candidate, that is Wamudenge. And the unfortunate bit, and I want to reiterate and quote verbatim, where the candidate Wamudenge said, I know the crowd, I know my people, looking around, I have already won. Sophie, I want to start with you. This kind of mentality, and especially putting it out there in public, what do you think are effects of such?
Very unfortunate, Fatma. The chest thumping about the broad-based, let me just put it that way, government in this show, the chest thumping we are seeing in the broad-based by-election contest is way beyond explanation. This is a whole CS with his aspirant, and publicly, because they believe with the machinery they have and the power they have, because they're in government, they are going to do whatever it is that they think would be humanly possible to them to be able to clinch the seat. They are forgetting that the power is with the people. The voters are the ones who are going to determine this.
All right.
And as you have just seen from that polling station, it's called what?
Kanyambora.
Yes, Kanyambora. Mwananchi has literally sent the CS away, meaning they are protecting the votes. And we're not going to leave any loophole whatsoever of intimidation, because previously, this is how they do it. A whole CS will walk in and maybe threaten the IEBC and say, do this is what I'm instructing you to do. So what have we, Wananchi, decided to do? Because we already know this is how they do it. We are not going to allow those loopholes anywhere or whatsoever. And similar is happening in my next door neighbor in Kisii. Osoro has been in running battles as early as midnight last night. And what has the Vijanas or Kenyans do on ground? Barricaded all the panya routes getting to those specific polling stations. Nyansiongo has been burning hot since morning. And what did Osoro do? Osoro had pickups full of people with machetes and arrows. When Wananchi saw that, very big stones were mounted on those roads. They could not pass. And all of them retreated home to go get their arrows. So you can already see where this problem is coming from. Let us not play, saints and this is what I was telling you, the double standards. Because when you do this to me, what do you expect me to do? Sit and wait for you to continue doing what you're doing? No. We will have to retaliate, to push back. And I would really want to take this opportunity, Fatma, to applaud Kenyans. Na niwaambie mutindo ni huo. Like mushikilie hapo. 2027, this is how we are going to do it. Protect our votes, if need be, in whichever way we believe or see possible. Because we are the ones voting, not them. And allowing anybody to come and subvert that is criminal.
All right.
So we're not going to allow it.
All right, thank you very much.
Congratulations, Kenyans. Keep
Okay,
it up.
congratulations to you, Kenyans. Thank you very much, Sophie Debiya Akech. If I could come to you, and still back on that video where they've decided to chase away the current public CSN, former MP of Mbeere North, knowing very well that he actually belongs to Mbeere North, but they said, no, you're not coming in. I would like us to look at it from the people's point of view. Do you think that there's a sense of frustration that is happening now with the constituents?
I mean, it all goes back to the men in uniform. I think their last job for the day should be to ensure that everybody who cannot access the stations due to fear are reassured of their own security to access the stations and to cast their vote. And for the IEBC, normally for the Kenyan people, we are late voters. History has it for us. I mean, we vote at 5 p.m., not because they don't want to vote, but because they have to take their tea to the factories. They have to go to pick their kids from school. Some have to, you know, they have different stuff they have to do. I would want to urge the IEBC, as early as now, that 6 p.m., looking at now 46% who've already voted, we might need to extend the time. So the earlier they prepare their floodlights, the earlier they prepare, because this by-election is not going to be easy. I must tell you here, it's not going to be the easiest one we've ever seen before. So the earlier the IEBC, the security organs prepare to secure the vote and secure the people, I think they still have, because we have over 60% who are still yet to come to vote. So 6 p.m., not ideal.
And considering it is a working day.
Exactly.
So
it's a working day.
Yeah, we still are to anticipate and expect other people to show up to the polls.
So they must extend it a little bit. So let's not get at night, and then we see now darkness in the station, voting boxes, ballot boxes being stuffed in those stations. I think the earlier they prepare floodlights, security and their team to be on standby, the security to be on standby, the better for our nation. Because this is not just an election. This is a test to our democracy as a people. And the best way we carry out this exercise, you know, I mean, I am that one person who doesn't like his neighbors laughing at him. We've laughed at one of our neighbors recently. You know who they are. So we must not turn ourselves to be a laughing stock. We must do better. The people are casting their votes. They must protect their votes. Anybody who's seen as going to the station to bribe the voters, to interfere with the process, to cause violence, I think the police need to deal with them, because you've seen the people. You've seen the people. If the security is not going to ensure that they kick these people out as early as they are seen, I think, I mean, they have a great job to do.
Right.
They have a great job.
So thank you for that opinion. And Peter, I want to come back to you in just 1 minute, but Akech, there's something you've mentioned, that you wish for IEBC to extend the time. And well, I have been an agent before, I'll tell you this. I've been an agent, not an IEBC agent, a political candidate's agent, yeah? And trust me, nothing good comes out in the dark. So I wouldn't think that it would be safe to extend past 5 p.m. if you asked me. Because here's the thing, Akech, if a small fight like this breaks down in a polling station, it is enough to make it as big as possible. I have seen that with my own eyes.
I mean, I agree with you. And that's why we have a contingent of men and women in uniform. Security must be beefed up. The reason why I say that IEBC must prepare is because we must look at it in a real way. I've not seen any election that a polling station closed at 5 or 6 p.m. Ever since I became a voter in 2013, all of them extend. And we've always done a mistake where we don't protect the stations.
Don't plan for it?
We've never planned for it. So the earlier, I mean, right now it's at 4 p.m.
It's already, it's already almost 4.
We have 2 hours to go. If the IBC can, I mean, I know they are watching us live. I want to urge them that they must send security, not to fight the people, no.
To protect the votes.
To protect the votes.
And protect the people.
And protect the people
yes.
too. I think this is a very urgent meeting they must carry out right now, because this is a very important democratic process that we must it must be free, verifiable, and very fair to everyone.
All right, Peter, it looks like you're pressed with something.
No, I would say the regulations for the IEBC is very clear, that only people who are queuing at 5 p.m. only,
yes.
only those who are in the queue at 5 p.m. are allowed to vote. God forbid you have a queue of 500 people, because then that takes you all the way to the wee hours of the night. Doesn't matter whether you close at 9, but as long as that person was at the queue. Also, something significant most people don't know is that for every election, it is no longer the OCS in charge of security. The regulations are very clear. The returning officer, every police officer in that by-election is under the rule and regulations set out by the returning officer. And therefore, that's why we say IEBC has to be seen to be above and be above board. Because one of the biggest problems we are facing today, and we never faced, I'll tell you, I was a chief agent of a candidate in both Juja and Kiambaa by-elections. One of the things that helped us to run away from skirmishes and violence, because it was not witnessed, it was that we never had any active member of parliament or CS roaming around the constituency. We ensured that they are put somewhere, and normal Kenyans, who you probably don't know, were roaming around taking care of the issues of election. The candidate I was, no single member of parliament was roaming around, other than a singular MP who brought our candidate to vote. Because that is mistake number 1. Because if today you see JB Muthi on the ground, you will be very sure the other side will send somebody of equal stature to go. And then even the voters, it is no longer about the voters on the ground.
Is it because they are intimidating by nature?
No, it's purely not good intentions to have senior members of parliament, senior government officials roaming around the constituency. It is not advisable, because even if you are coming there with a clean heart, the perception on the other side when they see you coming from the history we are coming from as a country, the perception is if they see him, huyu anakuja kuimba kura. It doesn't matter whether you came in good heart or whatever. So I would probably say that some of these election management, the do's and the don't, needs to be very well, because today, of all the days the campaigns have gone on in these wards and constituencies, today it should have been about the voter that votes in those constituencies. It should not be about the showdown. I've told you, you have seen accusations and counter accusations. People who are from one corner of Kenya trying to throw other people from another corner of Kenya. You have not seen any, have you seen anybody from Bere being thrown out of a polling station? Nobody. The contention you see and the shouting you see, it is of people who are without. They are from without those constituencies coming. And therefore, I would probably say that we also must make sure that we are prepared, because elections are not emergencies. Today, the IEBC, if there is no right in a certain particular polling stations, the IEBC will be held culpable, because this is not an emergency. This is an election that has been planned for a number of months. This election that has been planned for, you cannot, as IEBC, you cannot blame transportation, you cannot blame security, you cannot blame even electricity going off. Because when the electricity going off, what are the emergency actions that you put in place to ensure that we are seamlessly transitioning from lack of actual electricity to having artificial lights being done? And therefore, as they have said, anything goes wrong in a polling station, the IEBC has everything. And I'll tell you this because one of the by-elections I was involved in, the regional police commissioner came. And I looked to him and I told him the regulations do not stipulate that you should be
here.
You should be here.
Yes.
The regulations stipulates that the returning officer named the officers who are supposed to be here, from the clerks, the ICT people, the security, the agents. Those people who are supposed to be in this hall have been well articulated and recorded. And therefore we would always ask IEBC to avoid all these shenanigans today. And I would really request, if you can keep the active politicians out of, because majorly we are expecting to see showdowns in the tallying center, not in the polling stations. Okay. If they can keep active politicians, regardless of whichever side you are, outside the polling station, allow the agents who have been given the responsibility of being the chief agents to be in those polling stations, then I think we will have enough peace. We would expect by the time we close business tomorrow, we should be back to charting the way forward for Kenya away from this by-election.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, this is a bit controversial, so Aketh, I'm going to direct it to you. Just today in the morning, we did have a bit of a controversy regarding CS Ruku at that time, where he arrived with his candidate from Muthenge and an agent who was wearing the party colors, because we said we were going to come and address that. And not the party colors, he was wearing yellow. And yellow is associated with UDA. And at that particular time, we had the former Attorney General, JB Muturi, saying that this cannot be allowed in. You remember that today early in the morning.
Yep.
Now, that aside, now we're having another incident where CS Ruku is being kicked out by residents of the Kanyambura. Why did he go there in the first place? So the question I need to ask you is, do you think that many of these high government executives are running a lot today here and there because perhaps they're being tested, perhaps their jobs are on the line?
I mean, good question. But I think it's a question of the devil wearing white. Nothing changes.
There's a bit of desperation from even our very own CS, from morning until now. There's something that is pushing him to go through all this.
You know,
what is that?
This is a seat that he held before. It'd be the biggest shame of our time for him to lose this seat. And the kind of desperation that we are seeing from the side of the government can clearly show you that these people have panicked. You saw the kind of campaigns that were there before. Campaign marred by insults. Somebody calling other people brainless, calling the people mindless. They don't have any idea. So, I mean, you wear the party color or not, I think the people of Kenya have made up their mind. The people of Mbere have made up their mind. The people of Kasipul have made up their mind. From Banisa to Kariobangi, they have made up their mind. So that could be a clear oversight that we are seeing them not abiding by the rules. It could be the color, yes, the logo, yes. But I think where we are right now, even if the devil wears white,
you can spot them from a mile.
Maybe
they won't see heaven.
Add on to what Victor is saying.
Yeah.
A good example is what a whole governor, Cecily Mbarire, crying foul in front of Mwananchi, saying, if you don't give me this seat, I will lose my job.
Do you think the president is putting them on test?
Exactly.
If you don't bring me the numbers, you can go. Do you think he will reshuffle the cabinet, saying, Ruku, you're not bringing me numbers?
But that's what always happens in our politics. If you're not bringing something on the table, you are shown the door. And Mbarire confirmed,
just 1 minute, yes.
Mbarire confirmed it to us, literally on her knees, telling Mbere people, you please give it to me, otherwise I will even be sacked off as a chair of UDA.
And he said it verbatim.
He said it in broad daylight on cameras. So what does that tell you? They are so desperate to retain their jobs and forgetting who is their employer. The employer is not the president.
It's the people.
It is the people.
Say that again.
People. Oh yes, I repeat. They forget who their employer is.
Yes.
We are their employers.
Mushende.
We will fire
what
and
was-
we'll hire them.
Yes, what I am saying is, if it's about looking at what has happened in the campaign trail, we have got all sides trading in words and accusing each other of doing this and doing that.
We've had fatalities
yes,
even.
Yes. And you know, we may also fall victim in this studio of what we are actually accusing people. We have just said that it was very wrong for the CS Roko to stand and say his candidate has won. But we also fall victim of already trying to preempt the results of elections that are going to go. Because what is of importance is, one, was the process credible? The credibility of this process is at crossroad right now, whether by the end of the day will the process be credible. We cannot solidify the credibility of this process based on the results, because the results are just results. They will come on either side. Either the candidate sponsored by the party that has employed the CS wins, or the DCP candidate wins, or even CCK candidate wins, because they are the top three in that. Go to Marava, whether Seth Panyako wins or Scott Daku wins, the results cannot be the litmus test for the IEBC. The IEBC, it is the credibility. And you see, if you are in a contest, you do whatever is humanly possible, including begging, including going to the ground, because if Her Excellency, the governor of Embu, is literally begging people to elect their candidate, we have equally seen the DCP leader sitting down with the people purporting, and because this is in the public realm. Naturally, how often do you see our leaders sitting with our people and having the same coffee or the same tea and the same gouache we have? You only see these things when they want something out of you. And therefore, if it is about accusing leaders of manipulating people into electing the people of their choice, we have seen enough from all sides.
Mushendi, when a governor takes stage,
yes,
and asks people to vote for a particular contender,
yes,
the reasons should be valid. The reason should not be because I will lose my job. Don't you agree?
This goes back
the
to
reason should be this man will bring you changes. This man will make sure you live more comfortable.
This takes us back to the very reason I told you. The by-elections have nothing to do with the issues that are
of the
facing the people on the ground from either side, whether it is government or the United of Opposition as they call themselves, all of them. This has nothing to do with Wanjiko. I've told you, one of the biggest problems in Bere is that almost over 50% of Bere does not have existing, Bere North does not have existing road network. This Bere is declared in the National Bureau of Statistics as an arid, completely arid area. The Bere North entire, you know, Bere North borders the Rakanithi and borders, I think, Kitui on the other side. It is a place that requires a lot of resources to be pumped in so that you can make the life of those people living there easy. But I have requested, if your people have picked even the United Opposition, assume government has failed in their duty. Has the United Opposition addressed the issues of Mbere? You know, that's the biggest problem. So when you listen to the leaders of United Opposition and you listen to those who are supporting government, all of them are saying, look,
two sides of a coin.
Must go. The other one We must show that the mountain is behind the president. No single person has ably articulated the needs and the requirement of the Mbere people, the need and the requirement of Marava people. I have said that because both candidates in Marava are personal friends from South Panyako, who I have worked with in other places. And look at these people. The election has nothing to do with the issues affecting the Marava people. What is the biggest issue in Marava? What is the biggest issue in Kapstin?
I think let me remind my brother Mashendo something here. We are not here because we've not been in this situation because that we have forgotten that it is supposed to be an issue-based, issues to be sorted out. Remember, I know you're speaking for the government.
I must no. When I was called here, I was called here in my capacity as a government expert, and I will not have you invalidate my opinion on Mbere because I have addressed the issue of Mbere above board. I'm not addressing this issue as somebody. Then please retract that. I'm not here to speak on behalf of government. I'm here to speak on what my knowledge is based on governance.
It's on you. The ball is in your court.
Let me just put it this way. We have not forgotten that it's because of the same people, Kenyans' concerns being suppressed, Kenyans' cries being overlooked, Kenyans' outcry day in, day out, Kenyans complaining about what is not happening, what is not functioning in their constituents everywhere. Healthcare, education, no medicine. The same people who are supposed to be able to ensure that there is no outcry from Wananchi are the same people begging on their knees for them to be supported, to be re-elected again, to continue oppressing. And hence, the showdown of the bigwigs, because these are the same voices that the Kenyans are using to echo their cry. Where do you expect us to, or how do you expect this to turn out or to span in this kind of scenario? Because the same, you cannot expect Jackie, she sells for me omena in my village, to be listened to. She has no means of even coming here to speak on behalf of what.
But don't we have leaders for that?
Exactly. And if, again, the government, the broad-based government, adamantly, day and night, relentlessly suppressing, their work is to suppress the Mwananchi's voice. What do you expect from Mwananchi? Take the mantle and I say, we're going to take this in our own hands and try also fix it. Because any voice that comes up to speak on behalf of the people, it is shut down, right? So let us not say now all of a sudden it has become an issue-based thing. We have forgotten about issues. The issues have been there. Nobody has been taking care of it. We've been speaking about it for the last 2.5 years. We're getting into the third one. Almost election period, nothing. Anytime you talk about the problems, they kill you. They look for your children. They slaughter. They look for you. They abduct you. The people who are crying for us now try to, put the weight on so that you can say, you must listen to us, are the same ones you're going for. Come on.
Okay. I mean, it's quite clear. I rarely take sides on such a discussion. But something must give. This by-election cannot be issue-based. Why? You don't expect this government to tackle those issues.
Exactly.
I'll be clear. You don't expect. So it cannot be issue-based.
It can't.
We cannot talk about issues with the same government which killed the young people. We cannot talk about issues with the same government which overborrows, and the money they borrow is not utilized to sort the issue of the people. He said very clearly that Mbere North is a semi-arid area. This government has had 3 years. How can you convince even my small brother, very, very young, that this government is going to sort these issues in the next 2 years? The people are trying to save the soul of their democracy.
Thank you, yes.
That's what we are doing.
Freedom of choice.
Right.
Let us pick whoever we want. We believe they can deliver for us because you've not been listening.
That's what the people are fighting for, to free themselves from the chains of abductions, to free themselves from the chains of assassinations, people disappearing. No one knowing where the people disappear to. So I think the people on the ground can no longer. It is the government which is trying to make this about themselves. But the people have never been confused.
No.
The people have known what they want. In Bere, they need water. They have a whole CS there. A whole CS who should be serving the nation. Right now, he should be deep down in Siaya, working for the people. But what is he doing? He's busy drinking tea and mandazi in Bere. Quite unfortunate. We find ourselves in very unfamiliar ground. Our democracy has never been this shallow before. Never been. And I think we must rise above the test of our time.
All right.
And give the people the chance to choose who they want. Let's not see a whole CS there. What is it doing? If not,
but Peter, you did not give me your opinion of CS Ruku moving from polling station to polling station. Do you think it's justifiable? Do you think he's okay being there?
Even as you look at the issues that are pertinent there, and I still maintain my opinion that you wouldn't want to have senior government officials roaming around a constituency with by-elections. But nonetheless, the basis under which we get by-elections in this country are not unlike we have seen now. Initially, we used to do by-elections because an MP has passed, or the courts have nullified elections. Those are the major two things that we have done by-elections there before. Then come forward to the new constitutions where we have now given people who are duly elected by the people positions in government, and they live so that they allow the people to now make another choice. And therefore, it is also logical that he is the outgoing, not even the former. He is the outgoing member of parliament, if the Queen's language is anything to go by. And basically, you would want to drum support for somebody who is going to do what you do. But now, the biggest problem, and I think on that one, I would say the cabinet secretary must have erred, is you are not just your normal person anymore. You're not just your normal person. When people see you, they see government. When people see you, they see a leader of a government. And therefore, you are about to, elicit mixed feeling. There are those, obviously, who will probably applaud you. There are those who will probably not be happy with you. So I would still insist that the moment you have by-elections, both high-level government officials and leaders of other parties that you're competing with, it is not advisable for them to be on the ground, because one way or the other, it is going to elicit what is called mixed feeling. You will have accusations that, however, would have been avoided coming together. If you look at your WhatsApp, there is accusations of all manner of kinds going over. There is even people now retracting and getting videos of elections of as old as 2007 to elicit mixed feeling. Nonetheless, I think of importance is that the people who are voting today, I have not had an issue where a voter has been blocked from voting, unless you can tell me there was one. We have not had a voter who has been turned away and told you will not vote. And therefore, when we talk about the exercising your democratic right as a voter they have, what is the biggest issue here is the processes of how we get there to the voters. Did we have a voter or someone campaigning get a fair opportunity to campaign and sell his agenda to the people? Did we have a very fair process of picking what we call the election management strategies and teams, from who are the presiding officers, who are the returning officers, who are the security apparatus. And therefore, it is not, when I hear my brother and my sister talking about people being stopped from exercising their democratic right, unless they can able tell us that we have a particular voter who wanted to vote and has been refused. We may differ in terms of how the processes has been handled, but the ultimate process at the end of the day, it is a voter being allowed to go and cast his choice, his ballot on whichever choice they do.
Right.
We have not witnessed that a voter was told or was blocked from accessing. In fact, the only blocked access we are seeing are people who are not basically, of course, Roko is a voter in Mbeere North by the basic fact that
But
he
we
was
had
a member of parliament.
South MP
And as a matter of fact, he votes in one of the polling stations.
He voted in the morning already.
In the morning.
So what was he doing at Kanyagoro now again a second time?
For that particular thing, I think he carries his own cross, because if you vote as a voter, as much as he was a cabinet minister, he's a voter and he voted, then it will sound alarming when you see him going to other polling stations where he's a voter. There is a reason why the election process provides that you have agents and people to represent you in the polling station.
Right.
So therefore, let us, when we are speaking about democracy, what is democracy is not just talking about who has been blocked, who has been allowed to get. Democracy is, are the voters in Magarini, are the voters in Kapsil, are the voters in Marava and Mbeere or other places in Kariobangi North, have they been given the right to access the polling station? When they get there, are they allowed to follow the due process? Because we want to castigate the entire process as to be evil, just because you are coming from a particular side of political thinking. But the question is, tell us which polling station has been blocked, which voter register is missing, which agent has been caught cheating. Because these are the basic principles of an election.
All right, Mushendi, thank you. Okay,
other than the side shows we see on the road.
I think for the first time, I would like to quote Raila Amolo Odinga. He once said that an election is not just people casting their votes. An election is about the process being respected by everybody. I think the discussion is not around the people voting. The discussion is around, it's 4 p.m. What is the CS doing there? I mean, you know what happens at past 5 p.m. I think we are Kenyans. And I think it's our...
Why didn't he just go home after voting in the morning? That's the question. That's the question, Peter.
What was
I know you're looking at me with the
what
bad
was
eyes.
Justin Muturi doing in Siakago?
In the
No,
morning?
no, no. He is not a voter there.
He is not a state
He
agent.
is not. And I'm asking, he is not a
He's a
state
former
agent.
state agent, though. We can't
He is
ignore
not
that.
a state agent. He's not a voter there. He's not an agent, a bona fide IEBC credited agent. And he is in a group of 20 people. The lady speaking there is not from Mbeere. The lady speaking there is from Murang'a. So therefore, if you are talking about what people are doing in what CS Roko was doing in a polling station where he does not vote, what was Justin Muturi doing
What
there?
was
He
Osoro
was
doing
not.
in
No,
Nyanza?
Muturi is
Two
not
wrongs
an agent.
don't make a
Two
right.
wrongs don't
Can we
make a
agree on
right.
that?
If you
Two
are
wrongs don't
condemning
make a right.
people,
Yes.
be brand, condemn everybody. Don't take high roads.
Okay, Akech.
If we turn this studio to be a market, you can imagine what the people...
No. I think, my brother, you may have to withdraw that, because that would be casting aspersions for everybody. It is not a market. We just simply said, if you are castigating Roko for being in a police station where he was not supposed to do, with equal measures and equal voice and volume, castigate what Justin Muturi was doing.
I think
the role
in the spirit of bringing order, this is my set, kindly. In the spirit of bringing order to the set,
May I
Akech.
respond?
Yes, please.
And please, you may protect me when I'm responding.
Now protect all of you.
Yeah.
Protect K24. Let's hear what you got.
That's
Yes.
much better.
You know, one wrong does not justify the other. You rightfully said it.
Mhm.
We are not saying that JB Muturi being there is right. But we are saying that CS Ruku being there is wrong. Both of them.
So it's not either or.
No.
Both of them. And it's
Thank
sad
you.
if we...
Thank you.
It's sad if we take sides. Because if we take sides, then there is no business of us being here. We are not helping our democracy if we take sides. As we said, these by-elections are a precursor to the general elections we are going to have. So if J. Muturi is wrong, wrong. If CS Ruku is wrong, we must be allowed to say he's wrong, right? And nobody should, you know, if it's a wrong, it is a wrong. Both of them should not be there. The people of Mbere, and you see, it's quite crazy we've talked about Mbere for the past half an hour. I think we should look at the people of Magarini, Banisa, what they are doing. Let the people have their voice. Let their vote count. Anybody in the stature of a state employee being on ground right now, I would like to say it in this studio. They are planning to steal the votes. I can tell you for sure. They have no any other businesses being there. They must leave immediately, and if IBC cannot do the work, then the men in uniform must do their work. If they cannot do their work, then the language of the people must do their work.
All right. Thank you very much. So in that context, then it could be either or. The planning of stealing of votes is not inclined to one particular side. I think we can agree on that. It's just alleged. There's no evidence for that. But, Sophie, let me come to you. Let us indulge briefly. All right, let's indulge the whole political rivalry that is moving around this member of the National Assembly seat, especially those 4 constituencies of Malava, Kasipul, Magarini, and Mbere North. So let's just indulge. From Mbere North, there's a colloquial saying that it is a battle between the former deputy president and the current deputy president. For Malava, there's a colloquial saying that it's the government against the opposition via Seth Panyako. And then also Kasipul at the same time is a fight between ODM and an independent candidate, Philip Aroko. Not that that is how it's supposed to be, but I want us to indulge for just 1 minute. With this being said, if the ruling party right now, the coalition that is Kenya Kwanza, loses or underperforms in these by-elections, what message is Kenya sending ahead of the 2027 general elections?
The message Kenyans will be sending out to Kenyans is pretty simple, Fatma, that they are totally disappointed of the government so far. They are not satisfied because maybe their needs have not been met. That is what they'll be sending, because for this 6th member of parliament seat that is being contested at, the battles around it is about it's a mix of different things. Example, we are very ethnical. Let us not forget that, and we cannot hide away from that. And regional blocks also plays a major role when it comes to such elections of, constituencies. And this is why we keep emphasizing that much as we are testing the waters for this particular IEBC commissioners, we'd want to see how they uphold the democracy of the people, the will of the people, which is enshrined in our constitution. I would want to speak about, let's say again, I'm sure there's someone who would not want to hear this, but the broader opposition, this is how we do it. And I think it has worked well for us. An example is where we have many candidates vying for the same seats in a particular constituency from different political parties under our umbrella. We sit down, we discuss, and where there is no agreement, because people would feel that you are denying me a right or my people a right to be heard. And a good example is Kisii. We had a similar incident whereby we had, I think, 4 different parties. There was Jubilee, there is UPA, there is ODM, there's quite a number of those political parties. And when we tried the consensus way so that we narrow it down to one person, it doesn't matter which political party you are running at, we see who has the numbers more than the other. That issue came about where we say, no, you can't bump me off because I also have a following. So we respect the fact that it doesn't matter whether you have 2 people following you. They also have a right to be heard or to be given that chance also to, get the opportunity. So what did we decide? They all go through to the ballot. Whoever wins, wins. And that is the Kenya we want to build, where there is no suppression, whereby there is no fights when you seem like you're losing, and because you are the one having the instruments of power, you use that muscle to suppress others. It doesn't work that way.
Okay,
and it has worked perfectly, even in Malava. Malava, sorry. There was a DCP candidate there. We had to bring him down so that DAP can come up. So is it something that can be done, which is rocket science for a few who are the political elite trying to spout this madness? I'll tell them it is doable if we just allow democracy to take center stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Sophie Debire. Yes, that is Sophie Debire, also in stage. I am in my studio here, actually. I have Vincent Akech as well as Peter Mushendu. I want us to take a short break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we have more of this analysis to go on.
TV.
StarTimes is taking your entertainment to the next level. This holiday, recharge, upgrade, and celebrate the festive season. Renew your subscription on your current bouquet for 1 month and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 month to enjoy more entertainment and more festive joy. Unlock more channels.
Wow, that's amazing!
More cartoons.
Like I think he said the magic word.
More sports, more movies, more drama, and more reality. Recharge, upgrade, and celebrate with your loved ones. On the go, enjoy all your best shows anytime on the StarTimes On app.
Absolutely amazing!
StarTimes, enjoy digital life.
Nina furaha na shukrani kuwa ulizaliwa, kwamba upendo wako ni wangu, na maisha yetu wawili yamefumwa na kuunganishwa pamoja kama nyuzi za uteo. Na tuombea dua kwa Mwenyezi atupe afya na maisha marefu yenye furaha na baraka tele.
Ili kuset furaha kama sikiza tune yako, dial *811 *619#.
In an age of fleeting headlines, depth matters. PeopleDaily.digital carries forward a legacy of genuine journalism. We bring in not just the news, but the context, the analysis, and the stories that shape our nation, for reporting that digs deeper and informs better.
Hihi wina kĩũria kana woni wĩgiĩ umemerekia wa Kameme TV? Twandĩkĩre woni waku kũhĩtũkĩra Facebook @Kameme TV Kenya, X @Kameme TV Kenya, na twandĩkĩre email kũhĩtũkĩra info@mediamax.co.ke. Kameme TV, mũthĩgi wa rũrĩrĩ.
Umako niki wagu ni gukora ukinyite guku thainya
kaithiaga ndangari ndike nguire mwaka uyu wothe ndirenda mundu ukuni stress
abohejio ni maku
awe together
uramaanisha atia
kenjokire ndina mood cia gukwariria ni gute gutheri nie
Niĩ.
Ona nĩ ũranjagira kiene.
Nĩ maũndũ marĩkũ wambia?
Bure kabisa.
No ũraruma. Nĩ atĩ ũngĩka.
Tumie kanua kau kagũtuire mata.
Kaũkire kũnjirithia.
Igua. Rĩu no wambia gwĩkũa.
Na mũcana korwo wĩna guo we. Nĩkĩ wona niĩ ndeka? Ona batĩra ũkorwo wĩkĩrĩte marinda we.
We.
Ũngĩrwo ũndũ ndũngĩigua. Nĩ ũgwĩbanga? Ndũkwenda mataro makwa. Ũrenda ndakarebe? Na ndirege. Tondũ arakara wĩkaga atĩa? Ona ndũĩ. Nĩ ũgũta ũcio mũkoragwo naguo ndiendaga. Nĩ atĩ ũngĩ ũtangĩka we. Rĩu akenda ngũteithie na kĩ? Niĩ ndioĩ. No menya kĩrĩa ũgucagia thaa ici nĩ kĩragũthũkĩra. We serious? Nĩkĩ kĩragũthekia?
That's nice.
Kawagecheza. No no wageria. Hii we moru.
No wende andũ arĩa makũrigicĩirie arata hamwe na family yaku muikarage na thayo na mukenete nyitanagĩra nani Ngugi wa Karanja ngĩgũtereba thĩinĩ wa tabara ya kwĩbanga gũkũ gwa Kameme TV.
Ũrathiĩ gũcokora thimũ na thimũ yo ti yaku. Tigai kwaria mbere ya ciana.
Athuri mendaga leadership koguo angĩkorwo mũthuri waku ndoĩ ikara ũguo mũrĩ akĩgu.
Oro mũthenya wa kiumia kwambĩrĩria thaa 4 cia ũtukũ nginyagia thaa 6.
Wona thĩna kĩũra rũga. Kũmũtwarĩra ihũa kũmũhe chocolate. O mũndũ ena rũthiomi rwake.
Nĩ mũndũ amenye mũtumia wake akenaga rĩ. Tiga gũthaka na mũndũ mwarĩ ndũgũ nake. Angĩkorwo nĩ ũrenda kũrũgamia mũciĩ waku.
Tũkũrehagĩra ageni mwaki magũtara.
It's all about communication. Kwĩyaria, kwĩitũrũra, ũkahũtha ngoro yaku.
Nawe ũgatigwo ũkĩbanga.
Maũndũ maya no gũbangwo.
Ambĩrĩria
harĩa ũrĩ na kĩrĩa wĩ nakĩo. Good. We wĩbange.
Kiumia gĩkĩ tabarĩra-inĩ ĩno tũrakũrehe hakuhĩ na gũkinyanĩria kĩroto gĩaku na gũkũrehera nyũmba o ũndũ ũmwe na mĩgũnda ya raithi ĩrĩa ũngĩgwatĩra ũhũthũ wĩta mũgũri kana mũigithia wa mbere. Oho nĩ tũkũnyitanĩra na mũtaaramu wa mbeca akũiyĩre thiri cia ũrĩa ũngĩkomberwo mbeca raithi. Thutha-inĩ tũingĩre kona ya ũgemu nĩguo ũheo motaro ma ũrĩa ũngĩbanga na gũthakaria nyũmba yaku hamwe na mangĩ maingĩ. Ĩno ti tabarĩra ta iria ingĩ, nĩ rũgendo rwa gũthoma, kũhĩga na gũkinyanĩria kĩroto gĩaku. Nyitanĩra na ithuĩ kiumia gĩkĩ wona ciehanda thaa 2 cia ũtukũ. Na o ta mũtugo o mũndũ nĩ mũrore.
Well, thank you very much. We are back on air. Peter Mushendu. It's quite heated here. It's by-elections, of course, so everybody's atmosphere. The atmosphere here is like everyone else is out there. But thank you very much for staying with us here on K24 as we give you live coverage of the by-elections from the 15 member of County Assembly seats positioned to the 6 member of National Assembly seats to the 1 senatorial seat. And we've been following it since morning from the time they opened their polling stations at 6 in the morning, and it's now 4 p.m. The turnout has been low, relatively low throughout the day at about 40%, but we are expecting that more people are going to show up now that, office hours are almost ending. Remember, it is a working day today. Now, in studio today to help me analyze also and assist me in just making sense of what is happening is Sophie Debire, Vincent Akech, and Peter Mushendu. But before we get back to our analysis, I would like for us to travel back to Magarini in Kilifi County, where we have our correspondent, Boniface Msangi. Boniface Msangi earlier on did try to get a word out of Kalamawehu, but he was very agitated. Let's see if perhaps he's gotten a word right now or he has something else. Boniface Msangi, if you can hear me, the floor is yours.
Naam, sana basi niko katika shule ya Mapimo Girls ambayo ni shule ya wasichana Mapimo Girls wadi ya Gongoni, ambapo tayari basi zoezi la kupiga kura linaendelea japo kwa mwendo wa kobe, ambapo wale wapiga kura hawajajitokeza kwa wingi. Hivyo basi ikizingatiwa kwamba basi tumesalia tu kama jisaji moja hivi ya zoezi zima la kuweza kupiga kura liweze kutamatika, lakini watu idadi ya watu ni kidogo sana. Iwapo mpiga picha wangu aweza kuonyesha tu, hili ndio sanduku la kuweza kupiga kura, lakini ukilitazama tu kiundani, kwa sababu lipo tu na rangi ambayo inaonyesha paka ndani, kwa kimombo wanasema transparent. Mle ndani takriban kama kura hivi 200 hivi 110 ndio zinaweza kuwa ziko pale ndani, ambapo ni kura kuhesabiwa kwake huenda ukachukua takriban kama dakika 20 ama 10 tu kuweza kumaliza kuhesabu kura hizo. Lakini tumeweza kuongea na baadhi ya wakazi wakituambia pengine ni sababu gani ambayo imeweza kuwafanya wao wakiwa kukosa kuweza kufika kwa wingi katika chaguzi hii ndogo ambayo inaendelea hapa. Wengine wametuambia ni masuala ya kazi, wengine kilimo, wengine wakisema hawajafahamu ya kutosha sababu inawapelekea kuweza kuchagua viongozi, kwa sababu wamechagua viongozi na pia vile vile hawajawajibikia matatizo yao. Hivyo basi ni changamoto iliyopo kwa sasa, na maeneo mbalimbali pia tumeweza kutembea tukaweza kushuhudia heka katika kati ya baadhi ya wagombea ya waniaji na pia vile vile wale maajenti wanaojitokeza kuweza kuhakikisha basi wanaweza kutetea ama kuweza kulinda kura za wale viongozi wao ambao wanaweza kuwatakia ushindi. Na pia vile tumeweza kutembea maeneo ya Kwandoro Trading Center na maeneo mengine mbalimbali, Garashi Primary, ambapo pale Garashi Primary pia tumeweza kushuhudia mzozo kati ya yule mgombea wa DNA ambaye ni Kalamawehu, kwa jina lingine ni Furaha Chengo, akiweza kugombana basi na yule mbunge wa Ganze pale, akiweza kuvurutana, lakini maafisa wa polisi waliweza kuingilia kati na kuweza kutatua mzozo huo basi na kuweza kuelekeza kila mtu kuweza kuendelea na shughuli zake za kuweza kuhakikisha uchaguzi unafanyika kwa hali ya amani. Ni uchaguzi ambao umeweza kushuhudia joto kiasi la kisiasa, kila upande ukiweza kuvutia upande wake, lakini ya msingi ni kwamba hadi kufikia sasa hatujashuhudia maafa au mtu yote kupigwa risasi. Ni joto tu likuweza kupanda, kusukumana, kupigana kiasi na pia vile kuweza kuachana. Lakini yote tisa, maafisa wa polisi wakiongezwa na kamanda mkuu wa polisi ukanda wa Pwani Ali Nuno ameweza kuhakikishia wapiga kura basi kwa huu muda ambao umebakia takriban jisaji moja waweze kujitokeza kwa wingi, watekeleze wajibu wao kupiga kura, na akaweza pia vile vile kuwasihi katika maeneo yale ambayo ni maeneo makuu ya kuweza kuhesabu kura hizo basi kuambia wananchi waweze kujitenga na eneo lile basi, kwa sababu ni eneo ambalo litakuwa na usalama wa hali ya juu, ili kuweza kuhakikisha kura zitakapofikishwa pale basi zitakuwa kura ambazo zimehesabiwa katika vituo na kufikishwa pale kuweza kuthibitishwa ili mshindi aweze kupatikana. Na sehemu hii basi ya eneo bunge hili la Magarini ni eneo bunge moja kubwa sana. Hivyo basi mtu iwapo masanduku haya basi yanatoka sehemu, kwa mfano kituo kama kile cha Garashi hadi kufikia maeneo ya kule ya Mapimo, ambapo ndio Mapimo Vocational Training Institute ama taasisi ya Mapimo ni mbali. Hivyo basi kura endapo zitamalizwa kule kwa sababu kama mwendo wa saa 4 hivi ama saa 5 usiku, huenda tazikafika huku mwendo kama wa saa 7 usiku, saa 8. Hivyo basi zoezi zima la kuweza kutangaza yule mshindi huenda likachukua muda. Tuliweza kulikisia kama huenda likakamilika kama mwendo pale wa saa 2 saa 3, lakini umbali wa maeneo ya kupiga kura huenda kusababisha yule kiongozi atakayechaguliwa kutangazwa kuchelewa. Na pia vile vile basi wale ambao wananchi wapo watatumia muda huu kujitokeza kwa wingi na kuweza kujaza pengo lililopo na kujaza masanduku haya basi kura zao, huenda pia vile vile wakachangia pia muda wa kuhesabu kura ukawa mrefu zaidi. Kwa hiyo tisa hadi kufikia sasa idadi ya wapiga kura iliyojitokeza ni ndogo sana, japo usalama umeweza kuzingatiwa na hali ya utulivu. Unapo mpiga picha wangu anaweza kuonyesha tu, hawa ni baadhi ya makarani tu wamekaa, wametulia, wamebarizi, wanasubiri wapiga kura waweze kufika, lakini hawajafika. Hivyo basi kila mtu yuko na simu yake taratibu pale. Yule wa kuangalia WhatsApp yuko WhatsApp, yule wa kuangalia TikTok yuko TikTok, na pia vile vile kuweza kuhakikisha basi wanafuatilia uchaguzi kutoka sehemu mbalimbali na unazo chaguzi ndogo katika sehemu mbalimbali ya taifa la Kenya zinavyoendelea. Yote tisa basi tutazidi kutembea vituo mbalimbali, ikiwemo kile kituo basi cha pale Mapimo Primary School kuweza kujua hali itakuwaje, kwa sababu hapo basi ndipo tutakapo hakikisha basi tunafika pale kwa wakati kushuhudia vituo ama muda wa kufunga kupiga kura katika sehemu ile, ili baadaye tuweze kuingia katika katika sehemu ile ya Mapimo, taasisi ya Mapimo, kuweza kushuhudia kura zitakavyokuwa zinamiminika katika maeneo yale kupitia basi yule msimamizi mkuu wa hali hii ya uchaguzi katika eneo hili Magarini ambaye ni Joseph Mwafundo. Yeye tutakuwa tunaongea moja kwa moja na yeye mwendo wa saa 1 kuweza kutuambia pengine hali halisi imekuaje, na pia vile vile wao wanazungumzia vipi uchaguzi huu ambao kwa sasa wengi wa wakazi hawajajitokeza. Kutoka basi eneo hili la mapimo ama shule hii ya mapimo shule hii ya wasichana ya mapimo hapa katika hii wadi ya Gongoni. Sina mengi ila tu kuregesha kwako studio na kukusihi kuzidi kuwa nami basi mwendo wa saa 11 kamili sote tukiweza kushuhudia vituo vikianza kufungwa na mwendo wa saa 1 na saa 3 katika taarifa zetu zitakazofuata. Kwako studio.
All right, thank you very much. That is Boniface Nsange talking to us live from Magarini in Kilifi County, where he has been monitoring the votes and how people are voting from morning of 6 a.m. until now. At around 2 hours ago, we did also get to interact with him, and at that particular moment, he was trying to get a word from one of the candidates, Kalamawe, who also known as Fred Furaha Chengo, sorry. But unfortunately, he didn't manage to get anything. Also, earlier on, he tried to get a word from the deputy party leader of ODM, who is the current governor of Mombasa, Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir. But also, again, he didn't get anything. And right now, he's telling us that the turnout is still very, very slow, approximating about 5 to 7 minutes before you see somebody coming in to vote. And this turnout has been like that from 2 p.m. up until now, with the hopes that the people will actually show up more now, because many people are actually leaving work. Remember, today is a working day, and it was not marked as a national holiday. So we're expecting a voter turnout to go higher up. Now, let us move from Magarini and go to our other correspondent who is in Malava, and that is Timothy Simwa. Timothy Simwa, if you're ready, take us through what is the turnout like right now at Malava? Simwa, can you hear me? What is happening in Malava, Simwa?
Well, Fatima, we continue to update our viewers on the events happening within Malava constituency, and almost 45 minutes from now, all the 198 polling stations, or rather polling centers, within Malava constituency will be officially closing the by-election exercise that picked up today at 6 a.m. It has been quite an eventful day within the constituency, ranging from all the way from Manda Shivanga ward to West Kabras, to the other far end of the constituency. But what we have lately, of course, is a press conference that has been given by one Onesimus Kiada. This is the county commissioner for Kakamega County, and he has fundamentally spoken to 3 specific issues as far as issues of security within Malava constituency are concerned. One, Onesimus has denied that police have been involved in any form of irregularity, or rather playing partisan roles within the constituency, as some other quarters, especially those from DAP Kenya, had alleged. We asked him specifically on the incident that happened at Downhill Hotel, somewhere in Kaborengu. This is within Manda Shivanga ward, where DAP candidate Seth Panyako comes from, and of course violence was reported in that place yesterday at night. Some people were injured, some have been admitted at Webuye Hospital, and of course this has been authoritatively confirmed by the media. Panyako, accompanied by party leader Eugene Wamalwa, visited those who were actually injured, and said that hired goons, people they call hired goons, were the ones who orchestrated this violence yesterday against the team of DAP Kenya. He has been an emotional man, Seth Panyako, at one point storming Malava police station to express his frustrations and saying that police have not been fair in the way they've been dealing with candidates in these by-election. From some of his sentiments, Panyako sounded like a man who had completely given up on the legitimacy and the transparency of the process. And we asked the county commissioner whether he was aware of this, and he said that when Panyako reported to the police station, he did not actually come to report, but rather insulted police officers who were manning that station, and they kept at bay. They didn't move in to arrest him, as it was earlier alleged. And after making his frustrations known, he walked away. But one thing has also come out prominently, Fatma, in the way DAP and the opposition, coalition has been conducting themselves within Malava constituency. And like during the campaigns, when we saw them coming together in solidarity, a number of key figures, rather political leaders within Kakamega and beyond, those who are allied to the DAP party, have been missing. Most importantly is George Natembeya, that is the governor for Trans Nzoia, also the deputy party leader for DAP Kenya. The county commissioner has said that they have no information on whether Natembeya has been arrested, as it was alleged earlier, and saying that being a national leader, a county governor, if any form of arrest was made within Kakamega County, obviously his office would have known. So he has denied that Governor Natembeya has not been arrested. He's not anywhere within the police station within Kakamega County, also saying that his jurisdiction as the governor does not extend to Kakamega County, and his office had no any information regarding his arrest. There's also information, and of course pictures have been circulating on social media, of one of the vehicles that was banned. Information has been conflicting, sort of. One camp alleging that the vehicle belongs to Lugari Member of Parliament, Nabii Namwera, while there was also other information that was saying this vehicle belongs to Eugene Wamalwa, DAP party leader. The county commissioner still says that they have no information. They don't know who owns that vehicle, and reports have not been made officially regarding on the events that happened somewhere in Emanyonje within Manda Shivanga ward, where Seth Panyako comes from. So he says all the mayhem that was witnessed within the upper part of Malava constituency, that consists of Botali Chegulo, Manda Shivanga, and partly East Kabras, have not been reported to any police station, and also affirming that the exercise has been largely peaceful, at least according to his own assessment. And like what we have seen, some parties and leaders, especially Seth Panyako, coming out to cry and pointing fingers on figures. He says the intention is to make sure that they rig the process and rig the election eventually in favor of a candidate favored by the national government. We continue to wait and see what will be happening. And also, like I mentioned, that apart from Natembeya, who has not been seen anywhere within Malava constituency just to support their candidates, Kakamega Senator Boni Khalwale, another key figure during the campaigns of Seth Panyako, has not been seen anywhere within Malava. Again, we haven't been able to trust him. He has not come out to speak about the process, but we understand yesterday and days following to today, he said that his security has been withdrawn, and this, in his own assessment, was a way just to intimidate members of the opposition and to keep their supporters away from polling stations to cast their vote to the choice, rather the party of their choice and candidate of their choice. Another key figure is, of course, former senator for Kakamega and DCP deputy party leader, whom we know that he has been aligned to the opposition coalition, Cleophas Malala. He's a very glamorous figure when it comes to campaign issues, and especially agitating for the DAP Kenya candidate, but still we have not seen him anywhere during, or rather in the course of the day. The day is urging, like I said, in a few minutes from now, everyone else who has been involved in this by-election within Malava constituency will be converging at Malava Boys High School, not very far from now, rather from here, just to follow up to the final process that includes, of course, submitting all the results from 198 polling stations within Malava constituency, and then those results will be tabulated to arrive at the final winner among the 6 candidates who are seeking to become a member of parliament, or rather represent the people of Malava at the National Assembly. So a lot at stake. That's those who have said this is a litmus test for the government of the day and the opposition going into 2027. Of course, but the ultimate will be known probably before the fall of midnight today, when all these results will be of course, counted, and IEBC, the constituency returning officer, announcing the winner. Voter apathy is another issue that also come out, but we'll be waiting to see what a percentage of the 94,417 voters registered within Malava constituency will have cast their vote by the closure of this exercise by 5 p.m. And Fatma, we promise our viewers that we'll be right here to make sure that they get to know every detail, every single detail as far as the by-election in Malava constituency is concerned. Back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Simwa. That was actually a very detailed information on what's happening in Malava constituency. And yes, thank you very much for being there on standby as you keep updating us on what is happening. The one thing that cuts across from Magarini to Malava is that the voter turnout is still quite low. Now, thank you very much again for staying with us here on K24 Studios. We are covering the by-elections live here today, and in studio I am joined by my very abled and smart guests. That is to my immediate right is Sophie Dibira, who is a political analyst, and then Vincent Akech, who is also a political analyst, and I'm also joined by Peter Mushendu. Peter Mushendu is also a governance expert. Now, I will start with you, Sophie Dibira. I think we've had enough of a break. We should have our energy back right now, and let's just take a moment to reflect on what Timothy Simwa just explained to us in regard to Malava constituency and what has happened throughout the day. Now, in the morning, one of the aspirants, one of the candidates, Seth Panyako, was actually reported on our media stations saying that last night at around hours of 1 a.m. he was attacked and his cars were vandalized. Shortly after, his party leader, that is Eugene Wamalwa, also filed a same concern, saying that he as well was also attacked. Now, Timothy Simwa explains to us that Seth Panyako actually took it a step further and went to the police station to report, but states that the police has not done anything about it, saying that the police are biased. Now, I want us to look at it from two angles, and one, which we'll come to it later, is, say any of these leaders, any of these aspirants lose, if they're already being so aggravated over results that have not come out, say they lose, how are they going to take it? But before we get to that, Sophie Debire, what do you make out of all this?
They say old habits die hard. This is not new, what we are seeing. And as far as human life is concerned, we live by hope that tomorrow will be a better day. And that is what we've been praying for and hoping for these particular by-elections, which is very significant at this particular time in our country when things are not so good. What has happened and what has been happening in Malava and other places which are similar is very unfortunate incidences. The machinery the government has being misused, misuse of power through intimidation, which has always been center stage when it comes to, you know, driving or achieving whatever ills or goals they want to, which is either number one, it could be suppressing the voter turnout, which is evident. You can see the voter turnout is very low. Because when you do such to an aspirant who has dedicated themselves and has been working around the clock doing their campaigns to at least, you know, people expect fairness in this kind of a game. And when it's one-sided, it can be frustrating. And to your question, how they will take it, should they lose? We are all human beings, Fatima. Nobody wants to lose. It's painful. We've been there. I ran for elections in 2022. The most important thing to do at this particular time, or when you decide to throw yourself into the ring, is that go with an open mind. Should you lose, you're good. You win, you're so good. So it depends on an individual on how prepared they are emotionally getting into this so that they don't lose their heads. But at this time, we are in the 21st century. We are dealing with different demographics. We expected top-notch processes of elections. So we're still hopeful that whatever it is that comes as outcome would be credible. That's all. And that there will be no foul play in terms of subverting the people's will, so that we can move as a country, because this is what has been ailing us for a very long time. It would be good to rise above that and call ourselves to a table and say, yes, we did it, and this is how we are going to be doing it going forward. So it's a wait and see.
All right.
And hoping that things goes well.
All right, all right. Thank you very much. Akechi, let me jump to you. And I just want us to look at everything that has happened from morning until now. And the key point here being every altercation, every form of violence, whether little or small, that we've witnessed from morning has not really been about the people. It hasn't. Let's just call a spade a spade. The people have not come out to fight for someone. It's heads at loggerheads. It's parties at loggerheads. This is a by-elections. These are 6 constituencies. We have 47 counties in Kenya. These are just 6. And this is what we've gone through since morning. What kind of precedence does this set for a general election come 2027?
I mean, it's clear. Our neighbors might have started laughing at us. We must not place ourselves in a position whereby our neighbors have found themselves recently. We need to really rise beyond that. I think this kind of violence that we've seen today, we should leave it to the unfortunate 2007. We as a people, even as even our leaders, they must not be seen as inciting their people against the other group of people. I think we should know that there is life beyond today. We need to wake up tomorrow. If you have an M-Pesa shop, you need to go and open up that shop and serve the Kenyans, irrespective of which party they vote for today. We need to keep our house, our country, together as one people, because 2027 is not far. We have very few months to go. And if we continue to see this kind of, and I think it's a precedent that is being set by the leaders who are there, right? If we see one leader shot with blood stains, it doesn't send a good picture to the whole country. Yeah. So even as leaders, we must call ourselves back to order and realize that the elections come and go.
All right.
But the people and the country Kenya needs to live beyond today. So this is a challenge to them. And as I said before, just one more thing I'd like to say is the low voter turnout at 4 p.m. very scary to our democracy. It shows a lot of things. Either the people have lost hope in the government or the people have lost hope in the IEBC itself, that they know how we've always spoken before, that my vote won't count.
Yes.
Right? But I think we need to extend that a little bit now and say that my vote will count if I protect my vote.
Right.
So I would like to urge the men in uniform, guided as he said, that they are under the IEBC. I think past 4:30, they need to use lesser force, both
so
the police to the people and even the people to the other people. We need to be accommodative enough and allow everybody, to exercise their right to cast their vote.
Okay, so let's take a breather from the member of National Assembly seats, and let's look at the senatorial seat in Baringo County. And we do have our correspondent who is on ground, Koitek, and Koitek will give us a brief on the update of what is happening in Baringo County. Baringo is the only county that is vying for a senatorial seat, but we haven't heard much about it throughout the basically been peaceful. So let's hear from you, Koitek, if you're ready.
Yes, good evening from Baringo County. The moment we are at the tallying center for Baringo South constituency, and it's just about 30 minutes before the closing of the polling stations. And since morning, we've traveled across Baringo County and witnessed a very low turnout. Voters in Baringo County coming out in very low numbers to come and vote. That is what we've witnessed since the opening of the polling stations in the morning, all the way at the county headquarters in Kabarnet, in Baringo South, and all the other constituencies. And as it now, we expected that the voters would come out later in the afternoon to come and vote. But as we are speaking right now, about some few minutes before the closing of the polling station, is that we're still seeing a very low turnout in the number of people coming out to vote in the senatorial by-election here in Baringo County. And just around here in Marigat, in the polling stations around Baringo South, about 3 polling stations, according to the presiding officers that I had spoken to them earlier, is that it's about only 10% of the total voters who've come out since morning, since the opening of the voting, who've come out to cast their votes, and they were hoping that more of them would come, but the number is still low. And with me here is the returning officer for Baringo South constituency. Welcome to K24. Maybe until this time, when we just have some few minutes before we close the polling stations, maybe how has the process been since morning and up to now?
The process has been smooth.
Yes.
We opened majority of the polling stations. We opened on time. We have not had any incident in security. We've been very smooth, and we've been doing well. All our polling stations opened. Not all on time, but they opened. Maybe the latest, the one that opened much later is about 20-30 minutes. But we're okay. We had 172 polling stations, 163 polling centers.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
How has the turnout of the voters been here in Baringo South?
Not good. Turnout is not good. Okay. I think by one, it was around 13-14%. The highest was about 17%. But we hope the remaining time will catch up to about maybe between 27-30%. Yes.
Okay. That is the returning officer here at for Baringo South constituency, notifying us that the turnout has really been low, but they are hoping that before the polling stations are closed, maybe the voters will still come and cast their votes. And we'll continue to keep our viewers updated. And from here, we'll head to the county headquarters in Kabarnet as we await for the closing of the polling station, and now we wait for the now streaming of the results across the different polling stations in Baringo County. This is the senatorial by-election which is taking place in Baringo County, as Baringo County residents cast their votes to now choose their senators, with a total of 6 candidates who are on the ballot. From here, my name is Winnie Tuitoek. Back to you in studio.
Hey, thank you very much, Koitek, coming to us live from Baringo County, where we have the one senatorial seat that is being vied for after the passing away of the then Senator William Cheptumo early this year. Now, she does inform us that the voter turnout is extremely low, about only 10% of the registered voters, and Baringo has a registered voter of 280,000 people. Yet, we only witnessed about 10% of them coming out to vote for one reason or another. And that's why I have instead in studio here with me Sophie Dibira alongside Vincent Akech and Peter Mushendu, who just assists me to analyze and make sense of what is happening. Peter Mushendu, I would like to come to you in regards to this senatorial seat in Baringo County. Low voter turnout, very low. 10% is very, very low. I'm going to ask you this directly. Do you think the removal of himself, Gideon Moi, from that seat could have led to this low voter turnout?
I wouldn't want to say that is the same. I think I have witnessed another by-election in the county. Can't specifically remember it's where. Of course, the terrains of Baringo County are capped with the fact that there is always a motivation when you have we have the candidate in the name of Gideon Moi in the ballot. And what do I say? Assuming Gideon Moi was in the ballot, you'll probably have seen a lot of resources being pumped into the by-elections, a lot of movement, because one of the major challenges in Baringo is movement of voters. Where are they coming from to go and vote? Hundreds of kilometers away. It's a by-election. They're like, I am just going to vote for a senator. I don't need to walk all that journey to go and vote. So I would say it is a classic textbook for Kenyan politics when it comes to by-elections. It is never about whether Kenyans are tired of government or not. It is about of whether Kenyans have gotten, as a Kenyan I will look at, have I gotten value for why I woke up and go and vote? So they look at it that way. And therefore, we have never been able to have Kenyans wake up to go and do by-elections. One, you'd understand today is not a holiday. By-elections don't invite, you know, a national general election is a holiday, so everybody gets an opportunity to go and cast their ballot. So this is not a holiday. It is a working day where Kenyans will wake up. Baringo is a 100% rural county where people have to wake up, go and do. Nonetheless, I would think that maybe the people of Baringo may not, you realize, may God rest his soul in peace, the senator has been sick for a very long time. He got sick almost immediately when he got elected. So maybe the people of Baringo will not have felt the need to go and vote. But bottom line is, and I was discussing behind the cameras here, that in a low voter turnout, because I need to take out this notion that has been put there that these things are happening so that people don't come and vote. For those who are data analysts, if you look at the by-elections, since I've looked at, since the by-elections in the early 2000s, any low voter turnout doesn't work for government, because government has to have numbers. Most of the people who go to vote when there is low voter turnout, they vote out of a certain resolve. And most of the time it is not based on how good they feel the government is. They go to vote under the resolve that they have not felt the impact of government probably where they live. And therefore, any low voter turnout does not work for government. If it is up to the government, they would probably rally every single registered voter in Baringo, because if you are talking about 2%, it means out of 10%, out of 280, only 28,000 voters in Baringo come to vote. And unfortunately, it also begs the question of legitimacy of the leader elected. Can you actually, with authority, say, well, we are not talking about the legitimacy in accordance with our constitution and our law statutes. We are talking about, in the eyes of the people, if you have been elected as senator by 28,000, regardless of which side it goes, do you have the legitimacy to actually declare that you represent the interest of the entire county, which has 280,000 registered voters? So I'll probably say it was expected that among us, the low voter turnout, Baringo would be one of them. We are expecting probably another place to be in Kirifi. The low voter turnout will be in Kirifi. I will be surprised you. We have a very low turnout just next door here in Kariobangi North. In Kariobangi North, it was taking, you are talking about 5 minutes. I've seen it has been taking about 15 minutes.
Before you see someone.
Before you see someone coming to vote. Just here, not far here. So that voter apathy is not something to be proud about as a country. It is not, because the moment you see members of the public not so confident in going to exercise their democratic right, it is not a good image that you're telling the people. But there's a question you asked about the pockets of violence we are witnessing in just 6 constituencies and one senatorial.
Yes.
I would not say that that would be the replication of 2027, because as I told you, Kenyans are political animals. Most of us start campaign immediately the next leader is sworn in, we start the campaign for next. And therefore, you will find that Mbere, you will find that Marava, you will find that Magarini, you will find that Kapsil. It is hosting so many foreigners, quote unquote, people who are not from those constituencies, because they have nothing else to do in their constituencies. They live off politics, they live off these campaigns. So they go where they feel there's campaign. So therefore 2027, the entire nation, the entire corners of the country will have elections moving on. So you may not witness a lot of what you call migration, political migrations to other constituencies, because the violence or the pockets you are witnessing, as you have ably said, it is mostly people who have nothing to do with those constituencies. And therefore, in the general election, you would find most people are now contained. The MPs you see in these constituencies
they have their own troubles
defending their seats, and
yes,
they will be busy. Most MPs you see there from whichever corner have walked into those constituencies with their people. That's why you see a lot of uproar. So I would not really say that would be the 2027, because everybody will be busy. It will be God for us all, everybody for himself in 2027.
Okay, so let's just stick right there, yeah? And I'll also give you a chance to also respond on the same, yeah? And by virtue of me comparing it to 2027, mainly I was focusing on all these allegations that a certain party is trying to buy elections, is trying to rig, a certain party has gone to the police station, claim that they've been attacked, they've been vandalized. And yes, as you rightly say, everybody will be busy with their own areas, but that doesn't stop people from rigging elections. If we're seeing it today, how then should we be sure we are not going to see it in 2027?
I think majorly, as you have said, and I keep repeating that, in the last previous elections, we have not had cases of the former things of ballot stuffing and what. But I will say, as the Supreme Court said in their ruling, when they were ruling on the presidential petition, that a process, the results are as credible as the process itself. And therefore, basically, we are not talking about, when we talk about rigging, people seem to think like we bring physical ballots. Rigging is not just bringing physical ballots. It is, how do we get to pick the apparatus in an election from those people who are part and parcel of the election process? How did we arrive at that process of picking the IEBC? How did we incorporate the presiding officers, the returning officers? How is the security system being incorporated? Is it going to work for the people? And therefore, as you have every put in 2027, it is now on the IEBC. The eyes are on the IEBC. And as we have put here, the litmus test is, despite delivering the results, because I can assure you that we may not have an issue with the results, because votes are counted at a polling station and they are announced at a polling station. But we will have a very serious issues with the process. When it was reported that candidate A violated the right of candidate B, what did IEBC, what is the position, or what steps did IEBC take? Did they disqualify this candidate? Did they give this candidate? So majorly the biggest problem we are going to have in 2027 is not what you are seeing as the so-called violence, because with the by-election, you cannot ultimately measure the level of violence or lack of it, because these are very small units with by-election where everybody is hoovering all over. But in 2027, I think the onus will be at the IEBC to, number one, how you deal with, there has been a lot of complain about how the candidates have handled themselves. But unfortunately so, most of these things have been shouted at the media. People, I have seen one media person being asked, have you reported this to the police? Because it starts there. Whether you perceive the police to be non-active or otherwise, for any complaint to take merit and to be merited as a complaint,
it needs to follow protocol.
It is to follow procedure. As you claim that the police doesn't work.
Okay.
A classic example is Seth Panyako. It is true, it is said the bodyguard was injured, and we have seen it on TV. He is actually injured in the police. But up to now, we do not have an official recorded statement on the matter. Up to now. Okay. I am saying that with authority, because up to now, everything, whether we perceive the police not to have done their work today, for IEBC to take actions, there has to be the steps that you need to take as the complainant. Did you officially, because today if you walk to a police station and complain, you get an OB and say, I complained, the police did not take action. So what I am saying is that even as we complain, from whichever side, let us ensure that we use the right procedure as we actually point out to say the police did not. Because it is true, we have had cases where police have not done their job.
Okay.
Let us follow the procedure so that we can also prosecute the police for not doing their job in the right way.
All right, thank you very much. Akechi, if I would just move to you briefly, and I want us to, we're just about to wind up. We have very few minutes left, and I still want us to look at this low voter turnout. I want to reiterate a statement that Mushende said. A low voter turnout doesn't favor the government. That a low voter turnout is a mirror effect of how people feel about the current government. But unfortunately, if you would allow me to disagree, because even if you're tired of your current government, you not going to vote might also give a chance for that person that you're tired of to go through. So what are your thoughts on this?
We find ourselves in a very unique atmosphere right now, because Kenyans don't care who will be voted out. No, who will be voted in. They care about who will be voted out.
Thank you.
They don't, I think the country is not in the state. I think the country doesn't care anymore about who becomes the MCA, who becomes the MP, who becomes the senator, by and large.
Actually our problem.
Right now we have a bigger problem. And I think on this table we all, I'm really sorry. We all know whose the bigger problem is, all right? The people are waiting for 2027 to cast their vote for the head of state. I mean, I wouldn't fear to mention it here. I wouldn't really fear to mention it here on air.
Please feel free.
The people are waiting to vote for the head of state come 2027. That's why you might see very low voter turnout today. They are securing their IDs to vote in 2027. So in Baringo, there's not.
So you're saying it doesn't matter who comes in as long as people remove the person they want to remove?
You know,
how does that help the nation?
You know, the people don't want to vote for a member of parliament who will vote for a not people-centered finance bill come next year. All right? They've seen how this batch have behaved. They fear we are going to get 6 more people to parliament who would take us back to the street, who will be told go left, they go left, who will be told jump, and they ask how high, all right? So the members of parliament, unfortunately, it's been such a disappointing parliament that we've had, and this has caused voter apathy. They are not excited anymore. They are not. Why should we waste time and go vote for an MP who will bring up bills in? I mean, you can tell me right now, how many of them are pro people? How many of them? Very few of them. very, very few, 1 or 2 or 3 of them who are pro-people. So the people fail, and this is the true state of people. I've spoken with them. They've told me that they no longer care about the MP at this stage because they are told, they are bribed. I mean, we've had claims that they are given some money behind the tents, they pass some weird bills, people die on the streets, they are still on the side of the government. Rules are brought about, social media, cybersecurity and stuff. They are still on the side of the government because they are being bribed.
Right.
They sleep in the State House. They go for money in the State House. So people are waiting. As much as these elections are important for our democracy right now, the people are saying that we are waiting to cast the vote in 2027 for the presidency. In Baringo is quite a very unfamiliar occasion happening there. I think, as he said, I think, and this is the only point I agree with him, that the Senator Gideon Moi dropping out of that race was the biggest injustice to the people of Baringo. And they expressed it. They went to his home.
I wish you had more time so to
they even
discuss
begged him.
that deeper.
You know,
yes.
They were disappointed. And up to today, only 10 in a polling station.
Only 10%.
10%.
For the whole
sorry?
county. This is
For the
a
whole
county senatorial seat.
You can imagine how
Yes.
that is. These people, I think, what the Senator Gideon Moi did is the biggest kind of injustice, one, to our democracy, betrayal to the people of Baringo. I think the people of Baringo deserved something. Vincent is my namesake, but in this case, the people wanted someone else who they know. They
are familiar with.
They are familiar with.
Yes.
Senator Gideon Moi.
This is our person.
And I think the president, having such kind of I would expect him to spend time in State House discussing about our schools will be better funded, our hospitals will have better infrastructure. But telling someone to drop out of the race and they are not incapacitated, they are right in their mind, just for his party not to lose that election. Because I can tell you, if Senator Gideon Moi was running for that seat,
would probably have a bigger turnout.
Definitely.
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 All right.
And there's a larger chance the president would have lost that seat. But it would have looked...
But that was the strategy.
It would have looked like an egg on his face, losing in his own homeground turf, where he self-proclaimed to be a kingpin. That is harmful to our democracy. That is injustice to the people. We should not. I think I've never blamed Senator Gideon Moi, but for this one, he did injustice for the people.
Okay, so we just have about 4 minutes left before we come to the end of the session. Also, about 4 minutes before the polling stations also close. Yeah. Sophie Dibira, for a few minutes before I also hand over to Peter Mushando to give us any final comments before we close. Your final comments.
My final comments.
Yes.
All I can tell my fellow Kenyans, brothers and sisters, that all is not lost. This was just a beginning, which really looked very optimistic for us, many of us who believe in change. And the momentum picking from what and how Kenyans have behaved so far, the way they have protected their votes is encouraging. At least that shows that there is hope going forward for Kenya. If we can only stand in solidarity and protect that is ours, rightfully ours, constitutionally, because there are ways to do it. After all, the people's power is sovereign, and this much I believe and I have seen evidently today that they are in consent with that. So congratulations, Kenyans. I think, like I say, all is not lost. I think we are headed the right direction. We keep doing, or we keep at it like the way we have done this time round. I think Kenya we will change this nation to be a better nation that we have envisioned for ourselves. About, let me just touch a bit about the low voter turnout,
yes.
which is really, really disappointing, because it keeps, instead of improving, it keeps on going down and down. The erosion of the trust that Kenyan people have, especially for this government, is immense, and it has cut deep. There's a lot of wounds in Kenyans that if IEBC, the current commissioners, would prove to have upped their game, maybe there's hope. Upping their game in what we would want to see in terms of credibility of the processes that they are overseeing, because this is where they, I mean, this is what they do. This is their mandate, to ensure that the processes are free, fair, and credible. They let us down because this is one institution.
We have about 1 minute,
okay.
And I also want Peter to speak, so let's wind up, please.
The agency that we have as Kenyan people to see corrections made by this institution is really a pain. So we hope for the best, that they do what needs to be done.
All right, thank you very much, Sophie Dibira. Peter, I will come to you for your final sentiments or your closing remarks, because we're just about to close the show. However, I need you to address something before we close. This low voter turnout, in as much as it shows low confidence in the government, it also similarly shows low confidence in the opposition. I want us to agree on that.
That much I agree, because even if you are disappointed by government,
then come out to vote for the person you
then
want.
It also means the opposition has not also inspired you to come and exercise your democratic right.
This lax attitude with Kenyans.
There's a problem we have had, and I've told you, is as old as the former constitution, where we have low voter
in just
turnout.
about 1 minute, please.
Yes. So I will probably say quickly, after all is said and done, in the next few stations will start crossing up, votes to be counted, and announced at the polling stations. So we would urge those people who are from where these by-elections are happening to be calm, to allow the processes to take their place, and if there need to be addressed, there is always the legal process of addressing this. But also allow me to applaud the people of Mbeere North and those of Kapsil, because there seem to be the biggest turnout of voters into those two constituencies who have really come out. Kapsil has Kasipul has put 36% and above. Mbeere, we may be the first by-elections to hit about 40%. So let us keep calm. Let us allow the processes to complete. If there needs to be addressed, something needs to be addressed legally, let's allow those processes. We don't need to fight each other, we are brothers.
All right, thank you very much. That was Peter Mushendu, and I also had Vincent Akech, and I also had Sophie Dibira in this afternoon session that we just did an analysis of the by-elections. It's 5 p.m. now, and the polling stations are about to close. So what is left now is the tallying of votes, and security at this particular point remains key focus, because now is when we are counting all the votes. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. I have been your host, Fatma Chidagaya. Do have yourself a good evening, but don't go anywhere, because Gen Z Manifesto is coming up next.
Meme TV, Muthi wa rũrĩrĩ.
Get Africa's best entertainment anytime, anywhere, and now for even less.
Here's what we're here for, duh.
With DSTV Stream and Safaricom Home Fiber.
Wow.
Just dial *400# then 0 to choose this DSTV offer. Select your Safaricom Home Fiber account and the DSTV Stream package you want, now at a discounted price. Then select your home fiber plan, confirm payment, pay using your M-Pesa PIN, and click on the link received to sign in to your new DSTV Stream account. Then enjoy the best movies, series, and sport in Africa at its best price ever. Only with DSTV Stream and Safaricom Home Fiber. T's and C's apply.
Kameme kayukamoigi na Kameme TV tukinyiterera mathaga maitu turakurehera Mwijoyo Festival ne Jumamothi mweri 29 November haria Sportsview Hotel Kasarani kwambĩrĩria thaa 8 cia mũthenya ũkocemania na njata cia Wayne, Samido, Jose Gatutura, Tonya, Prince Ida, DJ John Falme, Waja Asal, Sameiro Gunagia. Kuigira Mwijoyo Festival ni Aliba, Shirigi Griemwe, Kehigoine Griemwe na magana matano. No gwela tigiti wako kuhitukira *672 *55#. Mlima meet Lakeside, one stage, mad fun.
I made kachumbari.
My name is Cliff and I made beef.
I'm Auntie Faith. I brought chapatis.
My name is Uncle Vinny. I made the best chicken.
Mimi ndiye mama yao na nimewapikia
Jamii Pishori Rice.
You people don't see my chicken here?
Your chicken was best before Mom made Jamii Pishori rice.
Jamii Pishori rice, where quality begins.
This is AFCON, my friend. Everything is a competition. Everything.
The family meets for AFCON 2025. To book your seat, dial *423# to get or stay connected to DSTV access for only 1,450 Kenya shillings or GoTV value for just 599 Kenya shillings. Live on Supersport.
Salimika hewani, salimika hewani 254 Kegwa kohi huwa mulio mashete shwa 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 O Jumamothi ni twekenere live mitambo-ini ya Kameme TV and now live on Kameme FM. Jeta First Officer Jeff Joroge na twina Mr. Lazima Kashike DJ Kari
Wanagiria kanyama tureke tukameruka jimete kura yumo
Neguthugutha twaranirie iheo mama mwago kwagira Kegwa kuihua murio Jumamothi utuko thaa 4 live on Kameme TV and now live on Kameme Kayuka Muigi utuko thaa 4 ginya thaa 7 Kegwa kuihua murio.
Ĩĩ no wende andũ arĩa makũrigicĩirie arata hamwe na family yaku mũikarage na thayũ na mũkenete. Nyitanagĩra nani Ngugi wa Karanja ngĩgũtereba thĩinĩ wa thabara ya kwĩbanga gũkũ gwa Kameme TV.
Ũrathiĩ gũcokora thimũ na thimũ ti yaku.
Tigai kwaria mbere ya ciana. Athuri mendaga leadership. Koguo angĩkorwo mũthuri waku ndoĩ ikara ũguo mũrĩ akĩĩgu.
Oro mũthenya wa kiumia kwambĩrĩria thaa 4 cia ũtukũ nginyagia thaa 6.
Wona thĩna kĩũra rũga.
Ũmũtwarĩra ihũa kũmũhe chocolate o mũndũ ena rũthiomi rwake.
Nĩ mũndũ amenye mũtumia wake akenaga rĩ. Tiga gũthaka na mũndũ mwarĩ ndũgũ nake. Angĩkorwo nĩ ũrenda kũrũgamia mũciĩ waku.
Tũkũrehagĩra ageni mwaki magũtara.
It's all about communication.
Kwĩyaria, kwĩitũrũra, ũkahũtha ngoro yaku.
Nawe ũgatigwo ũkĩbanga.
Maũndũ maya no gũbangwo.
Ambĩrĩria
harĩa ũrĩ na kĩrĩa wĩ nakĩo. Good. We wĩbange.
basi nakupeleka hapa bila shaka basi hadi kwa upande wa Japana. Kati huo magaidi wakaanza kuchokoza jamaa fulani alikuwa gaidi Zunyoizi na familia yake. Wewe, kwa nini mnakaa kwa meza yetu? Kwa nini mnakuja kukaa kwa meza yetu? Sasa jamaa wetu Taika kuona hivyo akaumwa. Mwanzo hapa mtazamaji ni kwa restaurant, sio kwa nyanya yako. Hii ni restaurant. Mtu analetwa hapa na pesa zake. Haya. Kaona akiwa na umama, akamuita kamama. Hey. Kamama. Pigwa shock. God of Thunder. Akachomoka biguni, akakuingilia. Moyo wake unanyonywa. Cheki venye na ambavyo jamaa anakaushwa. Na Hanzo Hasashi ako na machungu baya mbovu. Muthi nataka kuja kuuza uoga. Nakuja kuuzia nani uoga? Mimi ni mtu anawakilisha taifa mzima. Alafu Muthi nataka kuja kuuzia mimi uoga. Mabirenya kibisa. Abiru chwadi. Mwanzo firirida imewekwa. Wewe, kwanza kanasikia firirida ni ya Monyonyi. Kanasema mambo iko shwari kibisha. Nyitanagira na DJ Junior the Hindi kwa biriria muthenya wa kiumia ginya aramithi shihada thaa 4 cia utuko. Na rio muthenya wa Jumamothi ni shihada thaa 10 cia hwaini.
Batanye nongombata Oigaji koroke nongodie Nikere ungo kararie Ahoya male matiambelelia Nigebalelia kogo daira Kai wakwa ukanjigua Demogore Nada kamea Jesu Ukavadi Nane
TV.
Huku kando na huku je hivi, huku kando na huku je hivi, huku kando na huku je hivi. Tunawapa tu wanachupajo chukua achukua chukua wanachupajo chukua achukua chukua. Sister please wacha kunivuta, niko hapa usiku kucha. Tutakwenda twendete, tutakwenda twendete. Sio mchezo, pinduka wanachupajo chukua achukua wanachupajo chukua achukua. Tingi tingisha tingi tingisha tingi tingisha tingi tingisha tingi tingisha tingi tingisha. Tupige mtoto tunapiga ngoma, beste usilete noma. Cheki wanavyojipindua, wanapinduka je, utaweza kuinua